All right, are we good? Hello, hello. Welcome in, stargazers. Hello, hello, hello. How is everybody doing today? It's still super. I don't know why this one is so delayed. I can't figure that out. I don't know why it's so delayed, but hello, welcome in. Hello, Arcanite. Hello, Siam Zero. Hello, Johnny Virgil. Hello, MG. Hello, Raoul. Hello, Weston Fox. Hello, Trion. Hello, Forelli. Hello, Babylon. Hello, Silence. Hello, Daho. Hello, Heroic Peanut. Hello, Vesa. Hello, Cerulean. Hello, Johnny Virgil. Hello, hello. Hello, Arcanite. I said hello, Arcanite, earlier. Hello, hello. At this point, it's tradition. Hello. Who dat in the thumbnail? I don't know. Hello, Kalemax. Welcome in, welcome in. At this point, it's tradition. I will figure it out at some point. Oh, look, okay. Maybe it just took a minute. Maybe it was just trying to... I don't know. I can't figure it out. Yay double? What do you mean yay double? How are you all doing today? I hope you are all having a good day today. Hope everything's going well. Miss you so much, Stars card deck. What do you mean by that? What is double? Is my voice double? Is something off? Is the... What is double? Double team? I don't know double team. Alright. But yes, if you saw the thumbnail, you know that today we are working with Vesa's Stargazer design. So Vesa pretty much has a fairly solid design already. We're gonna be working on some basically cleaning it up, making it all nice, getting ref sheetable quality, and making a few sketches to go along with it, some fun things, maybe you know, looking at aquariums, reading books on fish, that kind of stuff. You said hi to you 2 times? You feel insufficiently oppressed, but you can wait till Tuesday? What? You Twitch people confuse me so much, you know that? I'm very confused by the Twitch brigade. I don't understand the Twitch side sometimes. Alright, let's jump to our main scene here, if we can. Actually, wait, let me grab the Vesa design so you can see, like, what we're going for. Hang on a sec. Let's see if I can... Oh, I'll just have it on the sheet. That works. Alright. We'll jump over here. There we go. I was like, oh, I'll have it in the navigator. I'm like, I don't need it in the navigator. Let me just push this back here. And you guys need to be able to see what I'm doing. I haven't done, like, art stream stuff in a bit, so I'm, like, forgetting my general setup. There we go. Better? Better! Much better. All right. Vesa's going to the bunny saloon. All right. Let's see here. So, wait. I think I probably should have, like, figured out a nice base pose first. Let's see. We've got, like, I'm looking at my notes here. Cool Unk reputation. Okay. So, I'm trying to think of, like, what would make a good pose. Maybe just, like, a... Can I reduce the density here? Make it, like, nice? That doesn't help at all. That didn't do anything. Opacity? There we go. I want it to be a little bit more sketchy for the moment as I'm trying to figure things out. It's so hard to have, like, a 4-legged critter that isn't all just doing the same pose, to be honest. So let's see. Maybe, like, a little bit smug-ish? I don't know. Let me think. It's hard to, like, do reference sheet poses that don't all look the same, you know? Maybe you could have, like, a... Trying to think of how to make this more unique. Also, I need to work on the proportions here a little bit. Got a little bit more squat. Have like this sort of explaining vibe. Maybe something like that. Is that how it would be for an animal? I guess it has to be like a little bit. I'm trying to think of like how My Little Pony characters are posed, because it's the same type of thing, right? Like when you have a pony character trying to illustrate something and they do the thing with their hooves. Double Raoul? Why is it double Raoul? Maybe Raoul knows double team. Maybe Raoul's the one who knows double team. Prepare for trouble, make it double. And then he's got pretty much a cattail. Stargazers are bunnies, but they are a little bit different because they have more of like they don't have plantigrade feet like a normal bunny do. They have more of a digitigrade. I guess it depends. It's kind of like depends because when they're standing on two legs, it looks a little bit more plantigrade. Raoul knows Bubble Beam. Chat's been very Pokemon focused this morning. I blame the Lego. You have the minor trauma from the fighting gym in Soul Silver. Soul Silver's the best, though. Well, no, Heart Gold's my personal preference, but, like, the Johto region remakes are, in my opinion, the best. I think those are the best in the series, personally. Like, I want a remake of those remakes so badly. Truth, facts. It's the best mainline series we had, by far. My favorite Pokemon is Za. Oh, your favorite is Pokemon ZA. Wait, really? I thought you were trying to make a joke. You're not trying to make a joke. Your favorite is Pokemon ZA, really? I heard it didn't get the best reception. You liked it? I legit thought you were trying to make a joke at first. Alright, let's change the pose here. I'm joking, I didn't buy it. I got really confused for a second. I can never tell when he's joking. Honestly. I was like, wait, really? Are you sure? Is my paw out to ask for a burger? I just thought, since you said, like, you had the cool uncle vibe, I just thought you'd maybe have, like, this sort of, like, not haughty, but, like, confident feeling, you know? But if you don't like it, let me know and I can change it. But that's kind of where my head was going. Is this sort of like, haha, I've been around here the longest, I know how things work and you don't. So not like, not haughty, but just confident. Let me see here. I have to try to make sure that the proportions are correct here as well. Never got into Pokemon, so you don't understand? That's fair. We're just talking about the different games in the franchises and which ones were good and bad. The newer ones, spoiler alert, are not good. The old ones were better, and that's not just a nostalgia thing. People who've never played Pokemon play the old ones, and then they're like, oh wow, I see why people say that these were so much better. Is the chat always that big? Good question. On this channel, I think it is. Let's see here. Vesa, if I'm not portraying things correctly, please let me know, okay? Please let me know if there's anything that needs to be swapped, adjusted, etc., etc. Because I'm in the sketch phase right now. It's the easiest time to ask for changes. I've only played the GBA versions. I think you briefly tried one of the DS ones. The DS ones were really well done. Did I make it bigger for Cheese Moon? I don't remember. How to incorporate fish? I was just gonna have some poses with an aquarium. Why? Did you mean, like, design with fish? You know what you want to draw? I'm glad to hear that. Let's see here. Now we have to figure out the eyes, because that's gonna sort of make or break the expression, I think. I'm trying to... Alright, let's go with something a little bit more, let's go with something a little sharper. There we go. The front right leg looks longer. The front right leg looks longer. What? The front right leg looks longer. This one? Wait, right? You mean the one that's up? Yeah, it's not quite there yet. I'm trying to figure out the positioning here. It's kind of hard because animals normally do not do this. Vesa has fish. You like the tapered off tail floof in the sketch instead of the rounded tail. Probably just haven't gotten to it yet. Oh, yeah. See, I get confused because, I know that cats normally have a more rounded tail, so I was going for, like, more of a cat appearance look, but I can do tapered off, that works. Alright, and previously Vesa had, like, really, really, wide, beady eyes, so maybe we'll change that to being a little bit more serious looking. We'll see how that plays. Not serious, but, like, you know. I feel like I'm doing that thing where my, proportion is off because of the angle I'm looking at. Maybe. Hey, just hello, welcome in, welcome in. Make this a little bit, smaller. And let me make the, twin tail part here. Your tassels. Let me see if I can try to, like, Hang on a sec. Because normal Vesa tassels do this. So I'm trying to think what makes sense here. Because I kind of had to like... Okay, there we go. That's a little bit better. Is that too long? What? Huh. I'm trying to make it look like a VTuber character. I like the Stargazer sketch style. All right. Yeah, I'm trying. It's really hard to translate. It's really hard sometimes to translate your sketch to like a good looking final design, you know what I mean? Sometimes the sketch was just like doing something that is hard to replicate in a cleaner version. Alright, so if I do that, then we'll have like maybe 2 points here. Try that. Literally, you just want the Stargazer sketch but HD. You don't need to change anything around. Okay. Do you just want the same pose then? Maybe I'm overcomplicating it. If I'm overcomplicating it, I apologize. I'm sort of like exploring here. Tempted to ask for eye shape change? Alright, let me try here. Just want it more like Eevee-ish. Sorry, I think sometimes it's really easy to get lost, you know? Like... I'm just testing here. Just testing things at the moment. You do like it better? Alright. It's very hard sometimes. Alright, if we're doing that, then... we'll change this as well. And I think what we said when I was doing the initial design is like, you'd have really, really large irises, so you didn't have too much of the black sclera showing, but just like a little bit. And then just little fur floofs here. Like I said, honestly love the sketch, just want an upgrade picture worthy of the compendium. You don't need to change anything from the original. Alright, let's, Huh. Alright. In that case, let me analyze a little bit more. Maybe we should just go with sitting. You have a simple enough design that sitting actually works for you, whereas for a lot of other designs it doesn't. You know, and I think I have my touch on here. There we go. That's better. A lot of designs can't get away with doing a sitting pose because their design itself is too complex. So because you have a easy to replicate one, a very like appealingly simple one, you actually can get away with a sitting design. So I might actually take advantage of that. Should we lengthen the tassels too to match the sketch? Yeah. Yeah, at this point I'm just trying to get back to where we were. Probably just have to redo this whole thing. I got too close to the sun. I was trying to do unnecessary things. And make this higher end, and then we'll get you some better sketches. I think this honestly works for you, yeah. Let's do 3. Just because that does match a little bit better. Let's see. I guess doesn't really need to be specific, honestly. It shows movement, like Miku hair. It shows movement. I'm declining so my messages get read today. It also helps that your name is in blue. What? Feel like you're being so picky and demanding? No, you're not! You're setting me back on a straight path! Are you kidding me? No, this is extremely needed. Thank you for doing this. Please, feel free to be pickier, please. It's setting me on the right path. It's good. I need this, clearly. Let's see here. I need to work on a new window so I can see it at my eye level too. Make sure things aren't getting too wonky. You're the client corrector. Exactly. It's coming to life so quickly. I'm trying, like, to be fair, we do have, like, something to build off of already, which does help a lot. But I'm also trying to make sure that it looks nicer than the sketch, but I can't go too far, clearly, because otherwise I lose the intent. I'm gonna make this a little bit smaller, just so that we get better proportion. Let's see, is that better? Yeah, that's better. You guys have, like, slightly more chibi proportion because you're not, like, an evolved evolution. You're more like you got more of, like, a... Because, like, the, if I was to do this, like, standing, right? You're basically 2 heads tall. So I have to try to transfer that to the 4-legged version as well. 2-legged tall bunny, normally. Or two-head bunny, normally. I think this is the first Stargazer commission that was based on a previous sketch and not from scratch / a mood board. Yeah, you're right. Absolutely, you're right. So it does make it easier, but on the other hand, it kind of gives me like a weird extra pressure, if that makes any sense. It's like I keep trying to make it better. Yeah, I think that works. Make sure that shows. It's real, like, I'm gonna be honest, guys, it's really hard to design four-legged creatures that don't just look like Eevee clones. It's really, really difficult. So I feel like I'm still, in general, like, not just with words, not just with Vesa's piece here, but in general, I feel like I'm still trying to explore a bit of the Stargazer layout, like template, design, everything, because I'm trying to not just make everyone look like Eevee clones. It's really hard not to when it comes to any sort of long-eared, four-legged fantasy creature. It's very hard to not just invent Eevee clones by accident. Everyone's immediately just going to think Eevee. That's just kind of what's going to happen. I'm declining. I say it's already cute as is. Just turn on ray tracing. How many Stargazer commissions have you done already? This might be the 4th, I think? I want to say it's the 4th. It's the artist's urge to refine and enhance. Please be understanding. Yeah. Treon, you can make your own Stargazer design. However, Stargazer designs have limitations and, what's the word I'm looking for? Limitations and... Guys, what's the word I'm looking for? Guidelines! Guidelines. There are guidelines. So if you look in the Illusionari channel, if you look in, what's it called? Illusionari resources, there are guidelines on how you can make a design. And it is something that has to get approved, and it has to follow the rules of all the Stargazers to maintain a consistency. And I want to start being like a little bit more strict on the guidelines. Admittedly, I think I've been a little too lenient on some areas, and I really, really want everything to just feel fitting and cohesive. That's really my main goal, is I want everyone to sort of like, because everyone's the same species, and everyone is sort of like, I want it to all be fair and equal feeling. We many. I want to try to find that balance between giving people freedom and still making everything feel collective, you know? Like, not everyone has to be the exact same purple Takodachi. But I do still want everybody to generally feel like a bunny. And for some reason, sometimes that's harder said than done. But yeah, I'm really trying to push the bunny direction. It's so easy to accidentally make everyone look like a cat or a dog, especially if you're like not all having the same tails, right? Like Vesa's tail is a little bit longer, a little bit more cat inspired. Some people have like dragon tails, things like that. So it's important that everything else sort of fits more of a bunny direction, so that when you make all the little extra design details that are different, then there is still cohesion. Is it possible to remaster our Stargazer, like New Year, New Me? You can if you want to. The only thing is you may be out of order in the compendium, but if you don't mind that, then absolutely. What about other rodents, like capybaras or rats or hamsters? What do you mean by that? What do you mean other rodents? Do you mean like a tail? Do you mean like you want like a rat tail? What? Since when did the bunny sit still, Star? Well, Vesa's one of the first bunnies, so Vesa's actually capable of it. Believe it or not. Vesa's one of the very first OG stargazers and actually knows how to sit still. The stargazer Vesa is surprisingly chill, just talkative. Yeah. Alright, let's see about... Surprisingly, you do not see many bunnies, bunny designs on 4 legs. Without it, again, just looking like an Eevee. Alright. Maybe we'll make this a little larger like it was in the sketch. And just go to the end here. How is that proportion? Maybe make it a little bit more upward here. And ironically, this was slightly off balance when I drew it, but it is kind of cute to have it like tilted a little bit further in. Let's see here if I can do it nicely. The fluffy muffler. Yeah. Make it like... Yeah, that's fine. That part can be a little bit more on the slightly abstract side, I think. And then let's have... How do we want to do this? Be like... A little bit here and a little bit upward. Yeah, it's probably fine where it is. Vesa's looking at me like doing all the teeny tiny details and it's like, I'm never gonna get the aquarium sketch if you keep taking this long. We'll get there, I promise. I'm just testing, proportion. Just doing a little bit of proportion testing. And if this looks good, then we can clean it up. It's fine, please take your time. I'm just teasing. Alright, what if I test? I'm just testing things. It's with key art with the tassels, it's a little hard because sometimes the tassels get in the way. Sometimes you have to like move them around to be able to get like the larger body and stuff like that. Let's see here. Yeah, I think I like that a little bit better. Cause see the flow between the body and where the neck would be, a little bit more accurate this way. Tiny changes, but makes a difference when you're trying to figure out proportions. It's gonna be a little bit wider. Just a little bit. A little bit. Make sure it's flowing. I really like the wispiness of these tassels. I like how much movement they have. 17% cuter. See, I'm trying to make sure that, like, if you didn't have the muff there, right, that it's still proportionate. Otherwise, what it did before is it kind of looked like you had a really long neck. That's sort of what it looked like underneath. So this makes it a little bit more chibi, a little bit more cute. And then we'll make these a little bit wider, so that everything sort of fits proportionally. Yeah. You can decide if your Stargazer should have Treon Man features or Godzilla. What? I have a weird feeling that we're going to end up with, like, a lot of different Stargazers with reptile features. That is strangely ironic to me. In so many different ways. The reptile bunnies. We're gonna have so many, like, reptilian Stargazers. It's gonna be so strange. Everyone's aligning with dragons before having even met dragons. It's wild. The lizard people. Oh my gosh. Too many scales. And then there's just Siam Zero in a corner being like, you all disgust me. Would there be, like... I feel like there'd be, like, not Bunny Civil War, but whatever problems you have at Rhodes Island. Where it's like, no one is out to kill each other, but everyone's just kind of wary. Meantime, Zero's sitting in rocking chairs at the old Stargazer home, looking at all the scalies going by, shaking our heads in disapproval. Oh my gosh. Constantly on edge, you see to lose. Oh, jeez. Alright, let me make sure that the eyes are okay. I'm gonna have to refine the eyes a bit later, too. But I want to make sure that everything is, like, well proportioned. Kind of drew the original sketch with, like, really disproportionate, narrowed eyes. Let's see if I can fix that a little bit. There we go. That's better. The distance isn't actually so much of a problem, with these chibi guys. It's actually probably fine. What if I move this over slightly? How would that affect things? Actually, wait, how would it affect things if I grabbed all of it? Yeah, that's fine. And then we'll make this actually go a little further over. Back where we had it. I know I'm just making like tiny tweak, but like there's a method to my madness, believe it or not. Yeah, that works. Vesa the biting tyrant. Alright. I'll make that like a little bit nicer. A little bit nicer. And I'll clean that up. Alright. And then let me not make your tail look so squished. Well, it's kind of like on the ground, so. No, that's fine. It's probably very long fur if it's being wispy if it's being very wispy like that, then the fur is probably pretty long, so it would naturally do that. Maybe make it a little bit more curved out. There we go. Alright. Vesa, is there any other tweak part that you want? Let me make that a little bit more even. So if anyone's wondering about Vesa's gemstone, it's called watermelon tourmaline. This right here, it actually does naturally take on a half magenta, half green color, which we thought was really, really fitting. But yeah, if there's any other thing that you want to tweak, change, this is the best time for it. Might add like a tiny bit of fur here. Just a little bit. A little bit like... eh. Sometimes it looks good with bunnies and some... there. That's fine. A little bit of extra fur there. And then where is the ears sitting? Is the ears okay? This ear could probably go back a little bit more. Yeah, that's better. Subtle, but better. I know, a lot of this is just super, super subtle. Can't see anything you think you'd want to change? Okay. So what I'm going to do, instead of cleaning this up right off the bat, what I'm probably going to do is start the sketches now, because the sketches are going to take a little bit of time to ideate as well. And if I need to, I can always do the cleanup later, since we kind of have this established where we want it. And then I can sort of work on the sketches here as you can see them. That's probably, as everybody can see them too. Probably the best way to go, I think. Just gonna save this, make sure it's all good. Get it out of the thumbnail folder. Where's folder? There we go. All right, hang on. All right, grab that. Sounds good. Because you're basically asking for like a general sketch page, I'm just gonna sort of play around and see what you think, all right? So I first know that I really want to do an aquarium one, for sure. I think the best way, let me think, front facing? Yeah, front facing is probably the best. No, I see it, don't worry, I grabbed it. I grabbed it. I have like this cute image in my head, and I feel like Vesa would be like, "You can't press against the glass!" You can press against the glass, you just shouldn't tap it? Alright, good to know. You hear that, guys? You can press against the glass, just don't tap it. Don't be like Darla in Finding Nemo. I'm trying to think of how to, like, make it... The sound reverberates very loudly underwater and scares the critters. That is good to know. That is very good to know. Just imagine it's like, it's so big, we just have like a tiny little... Wait, I need to make the aquarium bigger. I have to learn. We gotta make the aquarium bigger, guys. The aquarium actually has to be larger. Let's see here. $200-gallon minimum for Chile Rasbora. I don't know what the minimum looks like visually. You can put a small school them in a 5-gallon. Okay. This is probably good. This is probably what our budget allows. There's like a black top on them normally, right? I'll clean that up too. Don't worry. Wait, should I do like a... Hang on. Should I do like a, Does that work or does that look silly? That doesn't work. That looks silly. I just want to see what it would look like, though. Alright. Vesa's melting, oh no. Wavy Vesser. I thought it was funny because isn't that like kind of what you would do for underwater? I don't know what type of fish to put in here. I should probably make the fish on a separate layer just in case. The Vesa-shaped cake is melting. Oh my goodness. Oh my gosh. Rainbow I don't think it would fit in this. I really don't. Sorry to say. I don't think that would fit in this tank in particular. I'm approximating, estimating, the trees. I don't know what the trees would, the plants. We're just getting a general idea of, like, plant vibes. So at least the aquarium has plants in it. Maybe some driftwood. I know there's driftwood. We are approximating the look of plants. I guess the underwater trees, hallucinatory ocean sounds interesting. Oh. We gotta vary our fish. We gotta make sure all the fishies look like nice variation visually. Wait, that was a fin. Alright, we'll do it like that. We'll have a few little tiny ones here. A little school or something. Maybe a little one over here, so we have show a little bit of overlap. Make it nice and interesting visually. Really thin one here. Maybe there'll be a piece of driftwood here, because I know that could be a thing. I don't know how to draw driftwood. We're just showing variation on the visual. They need fish enrichment. They need places to hide. But I also am trying to show Vesa Gazer through this. So I have to make sure that I can still show enough bunny among all the fish. Nailed it. There we go. Aquarium Vesa. Yeah. What about fish living in Vesa's fur? Excuse me? What? What? Come again? That's a, I don't know what to make of that. Like Jiminy Cricket, but John Fish. My client orders are to ignore Doll. Vesa Gazer and Lynn's fish skin. That would be cool. That would be cool. Alright, let's come up with... Alright, this is our key art. I have to finish so much key art, honestly, guys. I'm so behind on so much key art. Did I draw the tank with the Vesa? I did. Oh well, we'll separate it later. I'll just call it Vesa tank for now, and then I'll call it fish. Wouldn't work for this particular stargazer. Imagine instead of fur, you have like a floaty around your neck, and there's just... I feel like this is old DeviantArt adoptable mindset, you know? Have you guys seen like old DeviantArt adoptables where like the creature has like inanimate objects like through their design and none of it actually makes sense as a species? It's more of like a fashion statement than an animal. Do you guys know what I'm talking about? That's why he has to press against the glass. If he leaves, the tank leaves too, and the fish are suspended in the air. What? Yes, saw it. You know exactly what I'm talking about. Those old DeviantArt adoptables. I always felt so strange, seeing the adoptables where it was like inanimate objects, but like as an animal, and it would always get really strange. Like, I would see one where it would be like food themed, and it's like, oh, okay, so like the colors or like, maybe there's an element, it would be like, the tail is a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, and I'm like, that's an idea. I'm personally not as into those kind of designs. Was a joke because you drew on the same layer. Gotcha. Yeah, I've seen those and they like, I don't know, they kind of disturb me. I'm not gonna lie. They're like, how do you live? All right, that's a new layer. Let me move the key art over. So we have some more room to work with. And then let's see. We'll have like, let's do like a, reading. And we'll have, like, fish book. How do you even live when your tail is a peanut butter jelly sandwich? Starlight Kari, Philosopher 2026. You get what I mean. It's weird. If your tail is a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, just eat it. It'll grow back, probably. What if it doesn't, though? Try to make the tassels matte. The tassels are really long, so. Try to see how long makes sense. Tale of Theseus. Book should be called Biter's Monthly Digest, and I'm wearing a monocle while reading it. You are the client. I was just gonna draw a fish on the cover. Monocle you borrowed from Locked Key. Why would that even be a book series? Wait, why would that even be a... Who would be writing that? Newbie, I bet. Newbie doesn't bite, though. He just eats furniture. He doesn't bite, though. Maybe Kaku wrote it. No, Kaku just eats entirely. See, there's levels to these things, guys. There's levels. "2025 trendy adoptables are creature with food theme, etc. A dinosaur with 15 different skin colors based on 15 donut flavors." Jeez. Man, and I thought the sushi dogs were crazy. I like some food theme in an animal, in like a cutesy creature design, if it's not serious and it's just meant to be like, if it's meant to be more like commercialized, you know? If it's just meant to be like cute and, aesthetically pleasing. Like, I had one design that was basically like, actually, Treon will find this hilarious. I have a character design that is basically just like a cupcake-themed Godzilla. I'm not joking. I basically have like a cupcake-themed Godzilla design I made once. I just liked the aesthetic of it. But it didn't have like, you know, it didn't have like full-on cake. Well, it kind of did, I guess, yeah. It was not something I'd ever use in, like, a story. It was mainly just visually, aesthetically fun. I still don't understand when it's, like, an entire... I'll understand it if it's small things. Like, I get it if it's, like, a leaf or a berry or, you know, something that you can kind of integrate, but when it's a full meal, I think that's when I freak out. When it's, like, the character's tail is a bowl of ramen. Or, you know, when it's a full meal, I think that's when it throws me. But when it's just like an element of food, I think it's okay. You want to see that? Let me see if I have it. What about the burger line I showed you in the past? See, then it's a full meal. Then it's going too far. I think that's it. I think that my limit is when it's a full meal. It throws me off if it's a full meal. But if it's just like, I don't know, you want to throw a tomato around as like a fur neck thing or whatever, then okay, fine, it can be funny. When it's a full meal, it throws me. Or wait, wasn't the burger lion like well designed so each element had its own piece? Those are okay. Let me see if I can find my, let me see if I can find my, like, cake Godzilla. I had a lot of fun with this character. I would draw it again. For something. I don't know what. Where would it be? Probably in here. Probably in here. Probably in here? Let me think. Was it this one? No. Probably here. Nope. Is it here? I think it was somewhere in here. Hang on. I'm trying to see if I have the original sketch for it, because I did it digitally, and I don't think it looked as nice digitally. I want to see if I have the sketch of it, because the sketch of it looked nicer. Then... Alright. Oh, wait, is this it? Maybe I did only have it in digital, but, like, cleaner digital. Alright. I think it was this one. Yeah, this guy. This guy was fun. This guy was fun to design. Yeah, there you go. There's the little sketch. I just wanted something that was like very silly, bright, cartoony, very, very different from the style I normally draw in. But just like really, I think I was looking at like, at the time I was looking at people who do like those graphic pop t-shirts, you know, with like the really thick line art and the really exaggerated proportions. And I think I was looking at that, and I just really had this like silly idea for this like cake Godzilla. Does he spew atomic jam? That's the things on DeviantArt? No, trust, this is like very close to the things on DeviantArt, but you can go further, and this is like the limit of where I would go. The limit of where I would go is like berries and frosting. When it goes too far is when they are adding full meals. I misread the text as bright tomboy. No, it would be a dude. But yeah, I remember drawing this guy. I never did anything with him, but I think at the time I was like, he'd make a really fun plushie. I really love the Dragonite type of body type in characters. I'm actually, okay, this probably is like strange to think about based on like how you know me with like foxes and bunnies. But I really love kaiju-esque monster shape design. I really love like Dragonite. I really love Nidoking. I really love Aggron. I love the big aggressive monstery kaiju type creature a lot, actually. Kaiju Prismus Cannon. Bottom heavy, you mean? I guess that's a good way to describe it. Yeah. Yeah, they are all kind of like monstrous and bottom heavy. Look at Bowser. Nope. I do really like Bowser. Yeah. Yeah, I think that I think Bowser has a great design too. I like those bottom heavy, like basically like just angry kaiju creatures. I think Nidoking was the first one I really liked. I really like Nidoking. I think Nidoking has a really fun design. This is very Nidoking inspired. But yeah, there you go. Alright, let me get back to Vesa Gazer here. Don't even know how I got on the topic of the silly food tail design, but there you go. I think it's funny because I think that my enjoyment of those types of designs is just a completely different part of me that does not overlap with the stuff that I have for myself or for stargazers. It's like a design style that I would never personally have. It's like I just like seeing it outward, you know? Like, do you ever have that thing where it's like you like the look of something, but not for yourself? That's how it is, I think, if that makes sense. Obviously, we should draw a sandworm on the cover of the book. I was going to draw a fish! Can never tell when you're joking. Like, Vesa, where did you get this terrifying book with creatures we've never heard of? Riri gave it to me. That is a little tip for all you bunnies there. If some strange creature with horns and a flamey tail gives you a book, be careful. I had to lock Newbie up in jail for a week so I could get the money from the cash register to get the whole series from Riri. Oh my gosh. Riri is so weird, because, like, sometimes I'll wake up and I'll go to the library and there'll just be a new book that I've never seen, and I know that we didn't get it anywhere, and I know that I didn't buy it from a bookstore, and it just appears suddenly, and I don't know what to do about it, and I just kind of have to assume it's Riri. Geez, she must have charged you a fortune for those. The Balrog is handing out books now? What? What do you mean by that? Daho is Riri coded now that I think about it. That's a terrifying thought. You're not really wrong, but that's a terrifying thought. I mean, I guess it's kind of the same, because, like, we don't know much about Riri. We also don't know much about Daho. They're both kind of enigmas. Speaking about stuff for Stargazers, this is the first time I see the logo on the top right. Really? It's there on the Monday streams. I used to have it on all the streams, but I had to get rid of it for the other ones, but, it's always been there. It really needs a refresh. It needs a refresh so badly because it's, it actually was never cleaned up. It's still in this stage and has remained in this stage the whole time. Stockler and Seko, hello, hello! Who's Riri? Riri is... How do I describe Riri? Riri is, like... a multi... How do I describe Riri? She's basically an enigma of chaos, I think is the best way I can describe her. Riri is why Calvin has headphones. There you go. Riri is indeed why Calvin has headphones. Riri is the strange enigma who I have not really been able to figure out, who is sort of able to, like, find things that I don't know where she gets them, and then sells a lot of them to stargazers. Strange things that I do not normally know where to obtain. Calvin Stockler's headphones is claws? My bad. I get very This is why I generally think it's best if we just keep to our own names, but some people have insisted on not doing that. The name section in the reference sheet was just supposed to be your own. It's not even the names, I just kind of forgot that Claus had headphones. You're thinking of the helmet then, right? Yeah. You're not Billy to stalk. I'm not! What? I'm not! What do you mean bully? The Stalker, Stargazer, Calvin. I'm not bullying. I'm establishing something that I've been trying to say before. I'm not bullying anybody. All right. Ugh. I need my Stargazer's name is Stalker just to really mess with you now. Why? Is it so much for me to just want to be able to know? You're expecting a lot for me to try to remember and learn everybody's names and then try to remember and learn everybody's second names. Slowly becoming Roman and canon. But that's different. You go by the name. You go by that name the whole time, constantly. You're very consistent about it. There we go. Alright. Make this paw a little bit smaller so we can fit in the fish. Alright, I'm legitimately confused. Am I drawing a worm on this thing, or am I drawing a fish? Because I can't tell when you're joking. Fishworm? Sandfish? Doesn't that kind of turn into like a you are what you eat situation? All right. Trying to make more room for the cover. I'm trying to do it like this. There we go. A little choppy, but we'll fix it up. Something like that? The Great Encyclopedia of Fish. See if I can try to make this fit a little bit better. There we go. Do you want the monocle? I can still give you the monocle. No monocle? Okay. Let's see, maybe like... There we go. Make the eyes look like they're going downward a little bit, looking at the book. That would help. I feel like I feel like I actually drew you like a bunny for once. I feel like with so many of the Stargazers, I did not draw looking bunny enough. Or maybe it's just the pose. It might just be the pose, honestly. Alright, let's move that inward a little bit. Better. Much better. Give me the bunny. I feel like I just don't... I feel like I just am trying to encourage the bunny aspect more in the design. And I've been shying away from it beforehand. And I'm trying to not shy away from it as much. I feel like these designs are, like, always evolving. Always, like, trying to figure out what works best. Lots of exploration here. What? There we go. Very bunny. Aside from the paw pads, but hey, don't worry about that. Real bunnies should have paw pads, to be honest. It's kind of a crime that they don't. Like, how can you not have the little beans? Stargazers need paw pads because there's rougher terrain, so. Your dire need more floppy ears, true. Maybe God knew it would make bunnies just too cute and humans would explode. That is probably very accurate. Yes. I will abide by that one. Alright. Is there any other... and Vesa, I know I have the face example still. Is there any other, like, situation that might work for this? That you guys could imagine Vesa Stargazer being in? I'm just trying to make the book pile at the moment. There we go. I really like that one. That's that one came out really cute. That one came out real cute. BRB? Okay. I love the bunny reading pose. It came out cute. Maybe on a swing, watching trees in silence. Huh. That one's a little bit random. Where'd you come up with that one? It's an interesting idea. I'm curious where you got that. If I remember correctly, Vesa has a house further away and prefers peace. I mean, yeah, true. I mean, he doesn't have his own house in the, outside the atelier, but... Well, I don't know what you guys are doing in the burrows. Maybe there's something different in the burrows I don't know about. A high-rise apartment in the deep burrows. Oh my gosh. Would it be high lower though? I mean, there's still height in the burrows themselves, no? Imagine you're not building it upside down. You still have height. It's like, you basically have, what was it? I mean, like, Zererza still has height. You can still have high-rises in Zererza. Is this the kind of look that we were after? It'll probably look better once it's colored. Give me a sec. Let's try that with color real quick, just to make sure. Is that basically what we were after? I need to make that my PFP for your server. Let me at least clean it up first. Would that you? So if you were to crop that, wait, Discord is circles, right? Yeah, Discord is circles. Be about like, yeah, I'll make sure it extends a little bit so you have some more room to work with. When we have to crop it, it'll hopefully be a little bit better that way. Are these okay, or do these need to be a little bit? I guess they're okay. Might clean it up a little later. Is all very cute? Yay! Alright. I don't think we're gonna be able to fit the tree swing thing, but I think, like, all these four will fit really well as the reference. This expression really does fit you. I think the paw really makes it, honestly. It was definitely a good idea, yeah. And I can see it, too. I can see it in my head really clearly. It do be a very Vesa vibe. I think this is the most Vesa, ironically. Since we already have you doing the same expression here, let me change this one to being more, like, happy. Yeah! I like that. We'll do a little bit of a... tiny bit of a line here. Because it makes it a little bit more bunny-like. Well, that one can stay simple. Make sure these are about even. Vesa has a even triangle instead of a flattened. What am I trying to say? Equilateral. Make sure that's, like, about right for all these. Yeah. Alright. Oof. This is why I wanted to get all the sketches done at the same time, because there might be, like, a decent amount of cleanup on these. So, since they are for like, rough sketches on the ref sheet, I'm not gonna go too crazy, but I just want to make sure they're all, like, generally good. And make the opacity better. Be like... yeah. Make it a little bit. Actually, I do kind of like it a little bit less. A little rough. Has a nice charm to it. Please do not go above and beyond. Okay. I wanted to still make sure that we had enough sketches and that everything looked good here. So I'm not gonna go too crazy, but I just want to clean it up nicely. Make it so that we get rid of the smudges, you know? Clean up the edges a little. Because you're saying not to go too crazy, I think I can limit it. Actually, yeah, when the opacity's down, that actually makes it look nicer, ironically. Because if it's a pencil, the roughness kind of lends itself nicer to the charm, as opposed to having, like, pristine line art, if you know what I mean. I'm actually, like, lately, I'm stepping further away from pristine line art as much. I don't like doing pristine line art as much these days. I actually prefer this sketchier look, kind of like when we did the piece with Mizuki, right? At least Color Me is really easy. True. Yes. You have such, like, a satisfying design. I know that sometimes you were saying, like, oh, you know, maybe it's too simple, but it's like, it's actually the perfect, like, complexity level. I'm not just saying that because, like, oh, it makes it easier to draw. No, I'm actually saying, like, it's legitimately a really good complexity level. You have, like, black and white, and then strong, vibrant magenta and green, and it works well. It's very iconic, recognizable. You know immediately who it is. And it's not easy to do. I mean, like, heck, for me, you can only recognize me if there's a rainbow. You made it so I can't take any credit. But I'm basing it off of your main design, that's what I'm saying. Like, in general, your design in general is very strong. I'm not just saying that. You got the, what do you call it? You got the strong boom bop boop thing. Boom bop boom. It works. It's very effective. See, I'm not going too crazy, I'm just trying to get rid of all the smudgies. I don't want to go too crazy because I don't want to lose the feeling that I had in the rougher version, in the same way that I don't want to lose what we had in the sketch when I tried to make the nicer version. It's like, like, I'm sure Argonite would know this. It's so easy to lose the intent of your initial sketch if you keep refining it too much. You have to sort of, just trying to make the lines darker sometimes is better than trying to do a whole separate layer of line art. All of it just works. Todd Howard glazing Vesa. Yeah, you can take credit. There you go. Trust me, I understand the feeling of sometimes being like, oh, my design isn't, like, doesn't fit, you know, whatever this thing, it's too complex, or it's not complex enough, or whatever. It's a very, very hard line to, hit, because it's mainly, like, it's the feeling of what is it for, in terms of what's the purpose of your own design, and then it's like, where does it align on what everyone else is doing? I'm not saying you always have to follow the crowd, I'm just saying that, like, it can be tricky sometimes, emotionally. I've gone through it so much. I've gone through it so much myself. You got a good cleanup job going here. These new books smell so good. New book smell. Very fitting for which sketch I'm on right now, too. And then the cheek fluff is always tricky for some reason. Alright, let's see. I think this one is my favorite, I'm not gonna lie. There's something so, like, so fun about it. It would make such a good sticker. Gosh, if we ever had, like... If we grow the, if things grow further in the future, it'd be so cute to have, like, your character here, Stargazer stickers. If things grew fast enough in the... Not fast enough. If things grow in the future, I think that'd be so fun. Like, because there's so many Stargazers who are bookworms, so you'd have, like, your character here type of bookworm reading design. I'm not saying I would turn this one into that, I'm just saying that, like, it could be an interesting idea at some point. Bunny specific your character here. It would have a very limited audience. Simon Zero is also reading on his picture. Yeah, I tried to make them a little bit different. That's why I posed you guys differently. Actually, making the pages rougher on this is probably better. How to Slay a Dragon, Volume 4 of 9. That or a recipe. Oh my gosh. Please do not slay dragons. I wonder if the dragons even know that that's a concept. Like, if they know that slaying dragons is a thing. Can you imagine just, like, being a dragon and not knowing that there's an entire culture built around slaying your kind? It's all a theory for now. How to befriend a dragon, though? Maybe, mayhaps. Two very different people. I feel like the Vesa Stargazer and Simon Zero Stargazer would get along very well. Probably. I can see it. Alright, I have to make sure that I'm not getting, like, too in the weeds with each sketch. I have to try to pace myself here. I have to try to make sure I'm not, like, spending too much on one and then no time on the other as a result. Pacing this. facing this. What? Have to be careful though when coming over. Electricity and water don't mix well. It's okay. Newbie and Charming Falcon are best buddies, and their tails are a fuse and a flame, respectively. Somehow they make it work. Most of the time. I mean, I'm sure it'll be fine. It's not like you try to pet fish, so... You can have pet fish, but you don't try to pet the fish, you know what I mean? So as long as you're not petting the fish, then... hopefully we're okay? No one's marrying dragons! Guys. Be the organizer? I feel like you're not just the organizer, you're arranging it. There are no deer folk in Lucinari, right? There are. Why? Why do you ask? There's actually quite a lot. Sometimes I do bop the fish on top of the head, though. Mostly betta fish, they don't mind it. Yeah, but you're also not electric. There are no Durin folk on Lucinari? I don't think there's Durin, no. Not that I know of anyway. I don't go down into the burrows. Technically, there is a Lupo and a Lucinari. You can't call it your... We have bunnies who think they're dragons and bunnies who think they're wolves. It's quite amusing. Marrying a deer and a Lucinari and a dragon and Terra. Side Zero trying to have a double life. What is a Lucinari? Treon, you should definitely know. A Lucinari is the name of basically our world, where we are. Here. Everything that you are currently residing in. Also called, to some Terra, to some Earth. Well, no, not really. Earth is really different. Lucinari, the place that we all reside. I did not used to be from Lucinari. This is technically all still kind of new. He's still a wisp, cut him some slack. Okay, fair enough. Lucinari's my biggest market? What other market would there be? It's okay. The lore is not going to tell you most things people are talking about here. It's just that I mentioned the name of the world a lot. So I didn't know if you had picked up on it or not. The whole world is my biggest market. Where am I with this piece? Are we... Is this basically cleaned up? No, I still have to do the eyes. Okay. I get lost where I am sometimes. Can we turn THLPH back into a wisp? Unfortunately, no. He does mess with my own markets a lot, though, I have to say. He's starting to become my competitor. He tried to make a cafe once. He's supposed to be helping run this one. We renamed the Illusionary Stock Exchange into the Stockler Exchange. Oh my god. I have to give you credit for that pun, but no? That's a really good pun, though. That was pretty good. Yeah, that was really good. I own this place now. Oh my gosh. Stockler became a currency. Tiny little Calvin coins. I'm crying. Your nose is okay, yeah. Your nose is black. Okay. Oh shoot, wait, you have black sclera. This doesn't work. Darn it. Wait, I was like, I like the pose, but I don't. All right, well, I'll make it like a dark gray. It'll work. I'll make it a dark gray. I was trying to do an eye-wide pose despite the fact I established that your irises would be really big to avoid the issue, but I'll make it a dark gray. It'll work. I'll make it work. I'm just... It's not that I've... I'm trying. I haven't learned how to budget time yet. I need Crony to teach me how to budget time. I'm not good at it yet. Since we're only on this one. Dang it! Okay, I need to move on. I need to move on, but I still need to move your eye a little bit here. Yeah, we'll leave it at that. Alright. We need to make sure that the main key art is polished. Star, if you were on one of those cake baking game shows, then they go time's up, hands up, put everything down, you'd be standing there like, wait, I'm still doing the frosting, it needs to be perfect. Why do you hurt me in this way? Why do you hurt me like this? As someone who actually watches those cake shows. Why do you do this to me? Which cake shows? All of them. All the cake shows where you have limited time to make a good cake. Or to decorate, or to, you know... All cooking show champion... All competitive cooking shows, essentially. I would not be good on a competitive cooking show, I think I know that. Or even a competitive decorating show. There used to be, you know what, I keep saying to myself, like, why aren't there more art-based competitive shows? And I remember seeing one time, what was it? It was really good. I think it was called Face Off. It was like cosplay-based type of show. Really, really good. And yeah, same problem. It's hard to stop. Today, bakers are going to be creating a bunny-themed cake, and here to oversee it is Miss Starlight Akari for a 1 million sub celebration party. Oh my gosh. Yeah, that's an interesting dream. Face Off was cool. I wish they did more stuff like it. It didn't even last that long, sadly, right? It only had, like, what? 2 seasons, max? One million subs is doable for you? You're funny. At least 7 or 8? It had that many, really? I looked it up once and I thought it said it only had 2, but maybe that was like where I was looking at it wrong. I can't even imagine what it would take to get 1 million subs. Like, I can't even fathom the people who have it, what they would have to do. I've seen some people I've been following for, like, a literal decade who aren't anywhere close to that. And I can't even imagine what it would entail, like, in general, right? I think, like, a lot of the Hololive girls aren't even there. Tons of luck and charisma. Face Off had 13 seasons and 160 episodes? Am I thinking of something different? I am thinking of something different. So I did watch Face Off, but the one I'm thinking about that only had 2 seasons was one that was, like, specifically cosplay, not necessarily like face costume work, but like cosplay props and things. I don't even remember the name of that one. That one only had like a season or 2. No, you're right. Face Off was much bigger, but which one am I thinking of? I'm thinking of a different one that was all about props. Heroes of Cosplay, thank you! Thank you, yeah, that one only had two, right? Pretty sure that one had a lot less, right? I just find it surprising that there, like, aren't more, shows like that for the art side. Like, there's so much for fashion, there's so much for cooking. Why aren't there more for, like, visual arts? Like, I get with cooking, you can do it a lot, faster, but, like, fashion would be just as long, I think. Painting, sculpting, etc.? Yeah, exactly. Allegations of bribe judges? Oof. Sometimes I see completely new channels pop up and 2 days later they have 10k subs. So there's apparently a really weird trend going on right now, and I don't really like it. But the algorithm is heavily favoring people right now who make something that they're just calling my first video. I don't know why. It's like really, there was one person who did it, and they had like some animated storytime thing. And it was just titled like, click this, my first video or something. And it got something crazy like 300,000 views. And then it started a weird trend in the algorithm where because of that video, if you just titled something my first video, it was being recommended to everybody. And then people started realizing that this was sort of a trend they could take advantage of if they were brand new. And I swear that a bunch of YouTubers probably started brand new channels even if they weren't new, and also tried to take advantage of this trend. And I saw it, and I'm just like, oh, are you kidding me right now? Because it's one of those things where, like, you know, you can't participate in it if you've already started unless you want to, like, throw away everything. And that's not worth it. But it's like, yeah, I saw the new channels who are getting like 10k subscribers by just doing a my first video type of thing. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's absolutely something the algorithm is heavily picking up on right now. I don't know why. So many people have tried it now. My first video talking about Arknight's fashion, my first video Plain Cheese Moon, but I can't do those either! I find so much of it to be lying. Because, I swear, guys, when you see the production of most of those videos, it's like, this was not your first video. This was not your first video. You know how YouTube works, you know the algorithm works, you even know how to, like, pace things. Like, this is not your first content, this is a secondary channel where you are testing things out. We can tell. I've just seen, like, especially in VTubing, I've seen such a fair share of people being like, I'm brand new, I don't know what content is, I don't know how to make a video, and then they'll make something that clearly was, like, very, very professionally done. And then they'll be like, I edited all of it myself, is it okay? Like, you know exactly what you're doing. And that's different than, like, the agency VTubers who have to pretend that they're new. But I'm talking about, like, the indies who, like, just straight up lie about it. And then you're like, oh, you know, Starlight, that's not true. They're not all lying about it. I've seen indies get caught and then have to admit and then make apology videos. Like, most of the crazy indies who have an insane production level did not start off with, like, just learning it for the first time. I haven't seen anything like that pop up, maybe because of the stuff I usually watch. If you watch a lot of, like, animated, like, indie animation stuff, it was popping up a lot, because it would be people who did, like, basically people who were trying to do, like, the Jaden animation direction. And then it was popping up whether or not you did animation. It's such a silly thing to make an apology video over. Talk about mountain out of a molehill. Well, it's because they were lying. It's because they were lying to people. That's the reason for the apology video. I mean, yeah, did they have to make, like, a video itself? No, probably not. But I'm just saying, like, I don't like liars. I don't like people who lie. Especially lying about, like, your experience with something, right? Like, yeah, I agree. They probably didn't have to, like, make it worse and make content out of it, but hey. So it's like, you know, I just don't like this whole... If these people had been like, hey, you know, I'm trying a new thing, I'm trying a new channel, I'm trying new content, that's great, but for people to be like, I'm brand new and have no idea what I'm doing and totally have never tried this before and have been trying for, like, decades. Like, that's what bothers me. Just don't try to trick people. You know, don't try to play with people. What? There's a name? What? Smurfing? I've never heard that term. What is it? Is that a thing? Smurfing is a term for when expert or professional players create new accounts in games. Oh, I didn't know that was a thing! And then they just pretend? Like, they just... Why, though? It's a gamer term. Smurfing is when in a PvP game that matches you based on level, people make new accounts and stay low level but use their skills to stomp noobs. Oh! Oh, I see. I didn't know that was a thing. That's just sad. I did not know this was a thing that people did. Only know it from multiplayer games, essentially boosting up your main account with a fake account. That's gross. Just to be able to take advantage of people who are new? Just to, like, win against them? Maybe to get a rare item through more or less illegal means and launder it to your main account. See, that's the one thing I was thinking of, is like, okay, maybe there's like an item for new players type of thing. like that, I don't... Would that be considered illegal? I mean, I guess it depends on what game it is and how it works. Think people do it all the time? It's normalized for content in that game. Ugh. Oh, you know what else I really hate? Oh my gosh, along that line, because you just said it's normalized for content. There's another trend. I saw like 20 of these videos too. This became a trend for a bit too. There were all types of people making videos where they would be like, I pretended to be bad at art. And they would make a TikTok account, and they would be like, you know, hi, I'm Shadow Wolf 123, whatever. I'm 13 years old, and I just started drawing. And the first post would be like, something done in Microsoft Paint, and it was like, okay, yeah, that seems about right for 13. And then the next post would be like, really good. Like, okay, that should be like maybe someone who's 15. Okay, that's really good. And then the anatomy would get better and better, like, every single day. And they're like, oh no, I just work really hard. And then, like, a week later, they would be drawing as good as an official artist for Arknights. And then it's just like, why? And then it turns out that they were doing it for, like, a social experiment or content, and then they think it's really funny that they were able to trick all these people. And just, ugh. Drives me crazy. Drives me so crazy that people do this. And the thing that makes it the worst, because I'm sure some of you guys are like, Star, why can't you just mind your own business? Why do you care what these other people do? Because the algorithm favors it. The algorithm heavily favors new accounts, heavily favors the clickbaity stuff, heavily favors the engagement. And these people do normally get to succeed until they get caught. But some of them don't get caught. And then they can just sort of like, sometimes they'll be like, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do this. Here's actually my real account, go follow it. And then they get like 20,000. It's just, ah. Cheaters prosper, what's new? I hate it. I hate it so much. I don't want cheaters to prosper. It's all icky. Start pretending she didn't do the exact same thing with Arknight. We all know she's been a day one player all along. Right. Totally. God. If that was even the case, Vesa knows that I'm the type of person who could not live with myself doing that. Vesa knows me enough to know that, like, I would not be capable of pulling that off. Oscar-worthy performance. That's what a liar would say. Ugh. See, the crazy thing is like, when you've been burned by pathological liars, you can kind of see... How do I explain this? I'm trying to think of how to explain it. I don't know what I'm trying to say. You have to be like a certain type of person to be able to pull that off, I think. And the way that you become familiar with it is when you've been burned by that type of person, to the point that, like, you would know how they go about successfully doing it, but you would not be able to do it yourself. You know what I mean? Like, you've kind of seen behind the curtains, but that doesn't mean you would be able to actually perform the same actions. I've told people before that in VC and stuff, you act basically the same you do on stream. You're a very genuine person and do not like to be deceitful about anything. Yeah, exactly. You can taste a liar. I've had my fair share of, like, crazy, what was the word I was just using? Can't think straight right now. Chronological, no, not chronic liar. What was the word I literally just used? Pathological. I've dealt with pathological liars a lot, and it's really crazy. Like, the type of things that you have to deal with or experience. And because I'm not the type of person who ever could be a pathological liar, I tend to fall for it very easily compared to most people. Like, especially when I was younger, I used to fall for pathological liars a lot with really silly, stupid, mundane things, but then it would just get kind of crazier and crazier and crazier. And eventually you learn, but there's still a part of you that still wants to believe that that people are not crazy. She means me, I'm very big sneaky. Now I've had some horror stories with crazy people. Like there's this one, Vesa's already heard all these stories, but I've had this pathological liar that I've known in the past, and it would be things that, like, they would lie about their ethnicity. Or they would lie about how well their dog was trained. Or they would say something like, you can get Pokemon cards for a dime at the store, but they only gave it, and then she would just say that, like, oh, you get them for a dime. And then I would go to the store, obviously they weren't a dime, and then she'd be like, oh, they only did it for me. And it just gets crazier and crazier, you know? It just gets stupider and stupider. Keep in mind it was an offline person. Yeah, this wasn't someone online. Yeah, I should mention that because, you know, people are like, oh, you don't know in chat groups. This was an offline person who was lying about their ethnicity that I could clearly see in person. They only did it for me. Hello, that's nepotism. I wish TCG would be so cheap. I know, right? A dime for pennies for Pokemon cards would be great. And I would just believe it every single time because I didn't really fathom that people would lie about this type of thing. So it's one of those things where, like, your life experiences have now made you very distrustful of others. Imagine the whitest girl ever walking up to you and being like, I'm Chinese. It's basically exactly it. Yeah. Basically exactly it. There was a person you knew in 5th grade who kept insisting that our town had go-kart licenses so you could drive one to school. Was that before they did it in Japan? And got in trouble? That's crazy. The thing is, like, kids lie all the time, right? Like, in elementary school, kids are very prone to lying. They don't really, it makes them cool. They don't really get caught as much. Their parents really aren't aware of the stuff they're saying. And it gives them, like, this sense of superiority. Kids lie all the time. That's very typical. When you're still doing it as an adult, when you're still tricking people, when you're still making people want to believe that you're so much cooler than you are, that is a problem. And I haven't seen this person's online account in, like, years and years now, but last I had seen them, they were still trying to keep up with the same lies that they were when they were a child. They were still trying to force the same things. They were even doing it to, like, get scholarships and things. It was crazy. And I really understood this level of lying in kids. When it gets to teen and adults, it's like, really? Why are you doing this? Can't you see no one buys your BS? Here's the problem. They do. They do. You can get away with it as an adult, and it's crazy. Like, no one questions it enough. It's seriously wild. The same person who rode my bus in elementary school insisted in high school that they didn't know who I was and we had never spoken before. Oh my gosh. Yeah, because you would catch them in any new lie and they had to break off contact from you. Because you would be the problem that would expose them. No, you don't understand. Star was a very special scholarship just for Chinese girls who get Pokemon cards for 10 cents. Gosh. You know, you think back on it and it's like, it makes a funny story now, but I believed the dumbest things. I remember one of their lies was that they were a champion dog trainer. In 5 states. Or, like, just really crazy stuff like that, you know? Never questioned it. Met their dog once who was very vicious and clearly not trained. But yeah, then those people, I guess, go on to become the type to make content like, I pretended to be new at art. No, that's the thing. If you're pathological, you get to the point where you actually believe it yourself, so those people actually would not be making that content. Because they wouldn't turn it into content because they truly, like... If you're a pathological liar, you basically start believing your own lies. So this person probably does not believe their born ethnicity. And they probably do believe that they are, like, you know, pick one. But you can lie yourself into a lot of stuff, which is crazy. Anyway, TLDR of the basic premise is, I don't like people who try to game the system. Even if it's just on social media and stuff. The Stargazers will beat her up as a sacrifice. I haven't seen this person in years. They just sort of gave me the life lesson I needed, I guess. Doesn't mean it's foolproof, though. I'm still pretty gullible. Not gonna lie. That's why it's weird being a fox, right? You know, you have the whole reputation of being a trickster kitsune. And it kind of ends up being the opposite in many cases. Important character development. There you go. Sadly, some people are only in your life to teach you a life lesson. They're still valuable lessons. That's true, I agree with that. I apologize if I've told this story before. I feel like I have. And if I have, I'm sorry. Even a trickster needs to learn from the better trickster. I think a lot of the tricksters are, no kitsune. I mean, all kitsune have some sort of... Well, okay, like, what makes you... Does illusion magic inherently make you a trickster? I don't know. I mean, I think it depends on what you're using it for. More stories, more stories, more stories. What are you using illusion magic for, then? Well, in this, it's sort of like, just a form that you find me more comfortable in, for one. I don't know. Fitting in is probably the main one, right? Or just sort of like having more of a comfort in different senses, different forms. Helps a lot with magic in general. Sometimes helps inspire people. You can use it for a lot of good things. Not all illusion magic is dark. I think that's something that people don't really understand. It can be used a lot for inspiration. It can be used a lot to showcase things. Show things you normally wouldn't be able to, right? Make people see a different side of things they otherwise wouldn't have. There's a lot of positives to it. Flashbang people? What? Magicians are tricksters. Tricking people isn't inherently evil. Intent is important, too. So what are your evil plans once you've amassed enough stargazers? I don't have any evil plans. I'm just trying to live my life, man. I know, you probably wish I did, right? You probably wish I had some crazy evil schemes. I don't have any evil schemes, I just want to live my life. Romar 2.0? I was never a part of that! That was not me at all, ever. I had no part of this. Not officially, you weren't. I was never part of it. Does your illusion magic limit to visual, or can you do full illusion? Sound, smell, maybe even touch? It's mainly visual. I haven't really experimented as much because the senses aren't as strong for me. I could probably do auditory. You have to have a strong sense of it yourself in order to make it work. So I could probably do auditory. Touch, I guess. Yeah, no, touch. I sculpt a lot. I think touch I could. Touch and auditory I'd probably have a good handle on. Can you give Daho the illusion that I'm slapping her? Wow, okay. Jeez. If you take the word star and switch out a few letters, it turns into narrow. Romark incoming. I think you changed around a few letters there. Just a few. I think you might have taken that a little liberally there. How good am I with my lyre? Don't know how to answer that. If you're going to play an instrument, which one would you pick to fit your design and why? Oh, definitely I mean, I've thought about it before. I would It would either probably be like a miniature harp or a woodwind. You see me as a metalhead? How? In what world do you see that? Wait, hang on. Isn't a lyre basically, hang on. That's basically just a miniature harp. Dang it. Austin Fox, no, thank you. I'm definitely not a metalhead in any sense of the word. The closest thing that I've gotten, is, I think the closest that I've gotten to that genre, and I don't know the genres very well, so someone might be like, that's not metal, that's not whatever, I don't know. I just listen to music and I figure out the genre later. I think the closest I've gotten to that level is probably 2 Steps from Hell, but that's the furthest I would go. The members of KISS as stargazers. Oh geez, no, please. That's not meta. I know it's not! I know it's not! That's why I'm saying. I don't think that I'm a metal, fan. I don't think I'm a metalhead. I don't think I'm a fan of metal. I think 2 Steps from Hell is the closest I go. I don't go fully into hell, I go 2 steps from hell. Alright. I'll make this a little bit wider. Yes. Alright. Cleaned up, cleaned up. Alright. 2 out of 4. This one will be easier, I think. This one's pretty dang simple. Just trying to make sure that these are all clean. Miss chatting with you guys? Well, Monday is the best day for that kind of thing, you know? Monday is the chat and chill day, where I don't have to be, diving headfirst into Terra. You like Monday streams best, frankly? Really? Kind of surprised. I'm too focused on gameplay stuff on the other days. True. That and Discord. That is true, yeah. We're pretty dang active. Pretty dang active on the Discord. I keep wondering if I should, like... Should I post my schedule on YouTube weekly? I used to, and I stopped doing it. But then I realized that there's probably YouTube people who are not part of the Discord. And if I can figure out the chat, if I can figure out the chat layout, I'm wondering if I should multi-stream on the Twitch side. I don't know. Because the chat is really annoying to figure out. But on the other hand, Twitch does not really care about the variety of stuff, so... Might open it on the Twitch side? I don't really know yet. I didn't realize you didn't? I wondered why you didn't. I just kind of didn't really know if it was needed? But I think there's a lot of people who are not part of the Discord. So I probably shouldn't be, like, ignoring them either. It's hard to keep up with. I mean, I can go back to doing it, it's no problem. I didn't realize if it was, like, making a big deal or not, you know? I didn't realize it was, if anyone was seeing it, if it was helping anyone. Or if everyone was in the Discord anyway. Because then you guys are just getting, like, double notices, I guess. But I guess there's enough people who are just on the YouTube side. Pretty sure people who join streams as lurkers. Yeah, I think that's the thing, is like I'm not treating the lurkers fairly. More to post, more systems to fail. What could go wrong? You should definitely do it. Gosh. Love being a VTuber, love being a content creator, hate being a social media manager. YouTube members over stream lurkers over Twitch viewers. Goodness. I feel like I don't reward the YouTube members enough either. I need to do more for the YouTube members. I don't know what to do that I can, like, handle. And I feel like there's so many times where I've, like, tried to come up with plans, and I'm not good with handling the confusion of it. I keep thinking I'll be able to do, like, exclusive artwork, and then I can't, because I'm still, like, trying to catch up with regular artwork. If there's any perks that you would want in particular, like, let me know, honestly. Let me know. Have you made a dent in the catch-up? I'm trying to. The commission catch-up is really the one that's hanging over my head. Once I figure out the commission catch-up, I will feel a little bit better. How long do I have to be a member for you to use your 5-star selector for Firewatch? We're getting pretty close with my desperation, honestly. Firewatch hasn't been in Kernel recently, right? I keep thinking that she'll appear, like, at some point. You get another one? Wait, what? What do you mean? Wait, I didn't hear about this. What do you mean? Wait, I genuinely did not hear about this one. There's a 5-star selector on the Annie. Really? I didn't know that. Wait, I had no idea. Is it specifically Colonel? Or is it, like, general? There's a 5-star. I didn't know that there was a 5-star selector. Any 5-star up until last year? Most recent 5 stars are Roma. If I used it on another aroma pot, I think Raoul would kill me. Yeah, I remember the 6-star. I heard the 6-star one. I did not, yeah, so, Zangetsu posted the 6-star one. I didn't know there was a 5-star one, though. The 5-star one is new to me. Did not hear about that. Use the one you've been hoarding for Firewatch. I just might now. Trying to get aroma pots, apart from the one you already know on the next banner. Oh. Who's gonna win out? Vesa or THLBH? I think they both are. I think they both are. I think, honestly, Stream Knights needs a sniper and it needs a medic. I think they both win. You'll like Firewatch once you get used to her style. I'll figure out how that goes in the next event, I guess. Slow shooting but big damage, and then drop bomb for AoE big damage. Great. It sounds like it's basically not needing to heal Fia. It sounds very similar to Fia, without the need to heal. Alright, need to clean up these simple eyes, but just make them, like, a little bit neater. Thankfully, Star's 2 OP operator avoided to use Lemon, so I still win. He's not wrong. Hot Wheels versus Tactical Bambi. Alright. I'm trying to make this a little bit thicker so that the color won't show through. And then we just have one more to go, right? And then we can paint the fish. And then, like Vesa said, the color is very simple. Vesa telling me to not go overboard. I don't know how to listen to instruction. I'm gonna do like that. Should be good. He's away, go crazy. I genuinely don't know how to simplify things. It's really bad. Like, I don't know how to step away from adding more detail or cleaning stuff up. And then, like, the art I admire lately is all this stuff where people do know how to step away. And I just don't know how. I'm not good at it. I'm always like, no, wait, I'll just clean this up real quick. This is still way faster than I normally do for cleanup, though. That's the sad part. This is still really, really fast for me. I think on the bright side, like, I am getting faster in general with it. Hey! What? Why? No, you don't need to- there's no need to riot just because Vesa stepped away for a minute. Especially not with the cockroach- what? No reason for this. No reason. There's a lot of need to riot. There's never a need to riot. I don't know why you guys think there always is. There's not. There's never. Why do you always insist? The fact there isn't a reason to riot is enough of a reason in its own right. What? How does that make any- what? Excuse me? Why the glass? Well said. Wait, why the- Are you using fire and alcohol, I swear? Fault. Are you kidding me right now? I'm peacefully protesting? Against what? Against what? What could you possibly need here? We're just having a nice chill drawing session. Why? Why do you need to protest? Why are there cars? Why are there cars with what? What? Why? Why do you do this? Why are there always why? You haven't given a reason yet. You just said it's tradition. What tradition? For what? Why are there so many cars? Your sports team won, cue burning cars. No. My sports team lost, cue burning cars. That is horrific. Why is that a thing? Vesa, help! Vesa just recreated the meme of the guy with the pizza. Vesa, help. I leave for a second to feed the cats and the chat's on fire. The only way you can help is by timing out Daho. I love how you immediately go for Daho every time. You're just like, the problem must be Daho. What is actually happening right now? Did you just ask to check if the fish isn't drowning? What? Girl can't have fun nowadays. Your idea of fun is very different from, societal expectations. Some of them actually can drown. Wait, what? Wait, elaborate? Is a fish drowning like us hyperventilating? I mean, I know that people can, like, drown on, like, a cup of water is... Yeah. A labyrinth... the labyrinthine organ? Like a lung, they need to breathe oxygen from the surface so they really could drown. Oh. Oh, you mean they have to, like, go up for air? And if they can't do that, then they can't... Weird. What evolutionary benefit did that have? We're just landfish, by the way. Once heard saltwater fish need to drink water or they dehydrate. To explore and colonize new lands. What? I wonder what a dolphin would look like on land. Like, not in its current state, but like old dolphin. Like, what would that have even looked like? You know what a dolphin looks like in a kayak? Shush. Oh gosh. Unfortunately, yeah. You wanna know what a beach dolphin looks like? No, that's not what I meant! I meant I want to know what a land dolphin looks like. Like if you had a Pokemon and you changed its typing from water to ground. Why are the ears still throwing me off? Is this one too wide? That why? Maybe this one's not wide enough. Aha, that's probably what it is. It needs to be wider in the chibi emote style I just worked on. Yeah, there we go. Better. Make that a little bit thinner. Alright. Last one. Fish. Huh? Saltwater fish need to purposefully drink water in order to get enough into their symptoms, where their freshwater counterparts direct all the water that comes into their mouths out through their gills. Saltwater fish direct some into their digestive tract. Interesting. Huh. Learning a lot about fish today. It must be a Vesa day. Lots of fish learnings. Land dolphin in Discord? Oh god. I'll check it out after stream. Ambulucetus? Quite literally, walking whale. Interesting. Okay, then. Is this... okay, yep. I accidentally merged the bunny and the tank. Oh well. It's fine, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. All good. Alright, make that a little darker. There we go. Alrighty. Probably should have made the base a little cleaner though. Alright, maybe I can do it from here. Alright. And we'll do it here. And here. And then we'll just swap these. You have to go over it a few times, make sure it's nice and clean. There we go. Probably have to clean it up a little bit more later too. But that should be okay. That was the wrong color. There we go. All good, all good, all good. It's probably a little... it might be slightly lopsided, but it's okay. It's all good. It's all good. Alright, I'm gonna hide the fish for the moment, just so I can, like, clearly see what I'm doing. Otherwise, I'm gonna be very confused. I'm trying to think of the best way to, like, show that this is behind the water. I guess if we make it, like, a different, like, lighter, maybe I'll make it a tiny bit wavy. Or just a little bit wavy. Sand sharks, Monster Hunter, and land sharks Pokemon, but land dolphins are new. I have to say, Vesa Gazer is adorable. Thank you, I'm glad you think so. I think a lot of creatures are adorable when they show that they are clearly happy and excited about their passion. In this case, it is quite clear. I think the like, the pure undeterred enthusiasm of the fish. But thank you, I appreciate it. I have to be careful because the tank is aligned accidentally. Very troublemaker coded? Nah. Nah. Hopefully not. Which Stargazer isn't troublemaker coded? That's okay, that's the actual question. Which Stargazer is not troublemaker coded? You... Really? You sure? You sure about that? Could not say, it's part of the fun. I don't think there's a single Stargazer that is not troublemaker coded, except maybe Prism. And she's got her own personality / attitude. Prism would probably be a lot more of a troublemaker, but then she looks at you guys and is like, nah, I'm good. By Stargazer terms, Siam Zero and Raoul aren't too bad. Siam Zero was just adding to the riots! Did you not see that? Raoul is trying to take over so that he can create a train station. And THLPH is selling him the material to do it. Underground, too. Neosura doesn't seem the silly type. Have you seen the explosion piece? Have you seen Neosura in the explosion piece? Neosura has, like, the coolest, chillest, nicest, like, elegant design. And then the explosion piece is just a total 180. But by Stargazer standards, those aren't too bad, right? I guess not. Also, don't worry, Vesa, your fish are still here. I'm just cleaning the tank. Me staring excitedly into the vast emptiness of nothing. It's potential. It shows potential. There's a lot to be excited about with potential, don't you think? Potential is a very exciting thing, I think. He's brainstorming aquascape designs. Yeah, it's just, like I said, it's the potential. You want a Stargazer as a Pokemon-esque pet? They are kind of Pokemon-esque. There's just, like I was saying earlier in the stream, there's no way to have a four-legged mammalian creature that doesn't just straight up look like a Pokemon. It's, like, not really doable without invoking Pokemon feelings. Second, third, and fourth Treon's notion, they'd sell like hotcakes. We're not selling Stargazers. I mean, funny thing, Stargazers were at one point, like, the reason that there were so many initial, design element variables, Stargazers were going to be a closed species at one point. Very easy to obtain closed species, but closed species nonetheless. I mean, I guess a VTuber's community is kind of a closed species in a way. I've debated on selling Stargazer designs, but I kind of think that you just sort of have to be part of the community to make it make sense. Can't use my capitalism hook here. Ow. I won't lie. I do see the concept as very visually marketable. I have wanted to merchandise the Stargazer concept a lot. Because I can just see so many different directions, you know? I still think it makes sense if people doing that are part of the community, but like, I can just see them as merch very easily. I've had, like, before I was, like, really nailing down the idea, I was just thinking, like, oh, wouldn't it be really cute if there was, like, a little notebook of, like, a Stargazer scientist, and you could, like, have it as, like, a back-to-school thing. And it would just be, like, I don't know, just relatable, cute, fun. Make enough that were cool instead of all cute. I think there's just a lot of room for stuff like that that really is not being tapped into. And if some of you guys are, like, confused or disturbed, please remember I used to be in toy design. So this is sort of, like, always top of mind. Used to be in toy design and stationery design. So it's always kind of lended itself to that direction. I love species of creatures that everyone can sort of, like, see themselves in different ways, you know? Like, My Little Pony is a good example of that. Mobians from Sonic is a good example of that. Made toy designs? Yeah, I did. Although, so it says Tryon instead of Tryon? It has a nice ring to it. Wait, is it Tryon? Sorry. I was pronouncing the I differently. Did we say it wrong this entire time? Oh, I don't know why I was saying Tryon. Triangle? Why was I saying tree? I don't know why. I know you aren't as fond of them. One reason I really like Mobians is just because of how recognizable and consistent the style looks across all of C's. No, I completely understand that. It's like, it's not my favorite design base in the world. But I think that the general concept of it is brilliant because of how uniquely distinctive it is, right? Like, you know when someone made a Sonic OC. It's clear as day. It can't be a Sonic OC doesn't get mistaken for a Pokemon, right? It's clear as day defined. And I think that's really great. You bought a Mobian recently? Like an adoptable? Even Sonichu can't be mistaken as a Pokemon. True! So I'm trying to figure out how to have Stargazers be their own thing so that people don't just say that they are Evolution knockoff, right? I think it can be really difficult to have a recognizable critter. I think what I've noticed a lot of people doing lately is, they're not making their recognizable critters into like your standard mammal, unless the standard mammal design has a theme that is consistent throughout. So, like, pyro pups, right? They have a very distinctive look. They're not really mistaken for any other type of dog, but they all have to be themed around fire. And they all basically look identical. Trying to think of another. Doki Birds works really well because the chickens have little dragon horns. That's very distinctive. That's very different. That doesn't really get mistaken for anything else. Every time a Stargazer does something amazing, a meme overlay pops up out of nowhere. Like Stargazers. I want them to be more recognizable. I want people to be able to... Like... It's not that I ever see, like, a show or game featuring Stargazers happening anytime soon. But it's like, I love the idea of franchises. That sounds really, really bad without context. I love the idea of, like, IP franchise concepts, right? Like we were saying with Mobian, or with Pokemon, or with, like, My Little Pony. I love creatures that work really well as their own unique thing, that stand apart. But most of those are, what's the word? Held by some sort of media, right? They're usually held by a game or usually a game or a show. Usually something really, really, really high budget. Would you like to franchise your cafe to me? No! My cafe. So fun facts, right? Fun facts. One of the very first Stargazer-themed things that I ever thought of, probably still have the Pinterest board for it, is how the cafe kind of came to be, right? I always imagined Stargazers doing cafe work, and I would imagine, like, little play sets that I could make. Specifically based around baking. Like, that was the first idea. Little figurine sets. I remember okay, so fun facts. And I think I can share this, it's mine. I interviewed at a toy company once, and they said, okay, you have to pitch us a toy idea. And I did all the sketch and reference and research for the Stargazer Cafe idea. This was before being a VTuber, by the way. I had all the reference and research and design concepts for the Stargazer Cafe. And well, not the cafe itself, but more so the bakery that helps the cafe. So I thought of a line that I wanted to call Lunar Bunny Bakery. And it was just gonna be, like, really cute, very, like, Calico Critter meets Polly Pocket type of thing, right? And I was going to submit them as like, a little toy design for the company. And then I read the fine print. And the fine print said, if you apply to our company and you make a toy design, even if you do not get hired, we own the rights to whatever you come up with. And I said, you know what? I'm gonna come up with something entirely different that I don't mind losing. So I came up with a complete 180. And I think I came up with, like, what was it? it was the same type of thing. It was the same type of, like, basically all my toy design ideas are creatures that kids would want to collect. So my second idea was creatures that kids would want to collect. Can you tell that my entire life has been inspired by Pokemon? Creatures that kids would want to collect, but they were all based around gardening. And I had an idea of, like, little dinosaurs and things, and you could garden, and each seed pack would come with, like, a little figurine of a creature, and you could learn more about the vegetable or the flower that you were planting, and it would be associated with a creature. And the idea is that they were, like, these little, imaginary dinosaur-ish friends. They're all different types. And they were helping you garden, and it was, like, a little idea for kids. And I was like, okay, I can work with that. So I designed that, sent it off, didn't get hired. But I was like, you know what? I'm glad I made this, because I didn't show them anything related to Stargazers. So that's mine. I own this. Yeah, there you go. We're gonna Starbucks ourselves. I can share this as mine. Is so funny. Star's typically under an NDA from herself since starting AK. She has to double check. I've seen something like what you're describing before. Really? Wait, like the garden thing? I've come up with a lot of stuff that I don't end up making, and then, like, you know, 5 years down the road, someone will have finally come up with it. I'm like, jeez, it took you long enough. Can't imagine losing Calvin to some big corpo. So, the, just to, like, reassure you guys, if I ever do end up doing anything, like, merch-based with Stargazers, it would never be with any of your designs, obviously. It would be, like, with the generic designs that I've made before. Or, like, NPC-type designs, right? I would never touch ears. Ever. Go wild, you have my blessing. I want to, like, see cool merch that people could buy with Stargazer concept. And, you know, I think Giga is doing something similar with hers. She has, like, factions, if I remember, for her community, and they can be, like, I think, like, an orc, an elf, or a vampire or something. I don't really remember the details. And she also has talked about wanting to, that she owns that, and V Shoujo doesn't. I remember her talking about that. And then her saying that she wanted to merchandise those characters at some point someday. I can't exactly tell what it was. The way you described what you pitched sound familiar. Huh, interesting. I'm sure nowadays there's something like it. I also pitched, when I was much younger, I pitched, basically, honestly, guys, most of my ideas are all the exact same. Collectible creature that teaches kid a thing. Like, I've thought of so many variants of that, and I'm, like, so disappointed that we don't use it more often. But I did one that was for the periodic table. Because I would always be told, you know, you can remember every Pokemon. How come you haven't used that to, like, memorize the periodic table? I'm like, oh, well, what if I just, you know, make the periodic table, but, like, as Pokemon? People told me it was the stupidest idea. A decade later, someone else came up with it. It's in the store. Stuff like that. Stuff like that. It was like some very cheap collectible card game. The art was really badly done. I'm like, yep, that checks out. Add another 50. If they made a movie from your concept, plus they had no obligation to involve you in any step of the project. Oof. I'm Prince of Winter got 50 for the studio holding on to their idea. Could be used instead of the actual trip to Hollywood and meet and greet prize advertised. Ooh. I think it's cool that you come up with ideas that are fun but also educational. It's because it's like the stuff I wish I had, you know? I wish that I had been able to learn educational stuff, like with a Pokemon lens, with a Pokemon-like lens. And the fact that no one is doing it is just such a myth, or like they're doing it but in a really bad way, you know? Like the periodic table thing was done, but the art was really low end. It's like, I wish that people were taking it more seriously, because I think it's such a thing. Oh man, there was, one of my, illustration professors actually was working on this project, and I'm so mad because the project got canceled. I would have wanted to work on it. It was like educational phonics things for kids, except it was done in the style of MMO. It was an MMO-styled game to teach kids reading, and you got to like meet phoenixes and dragons and play as a wizard, and it was amazing and extremely fun, educational, and safe for kids. It was like Webkins plus phonics plus like the Harry Potter type vibe, you know, like standard medieval magic aesthetic. And the project got canceled. I'm just like, really? There's just so much stuff like that where I think it'd be nice to make educational stuff that kids felt was more fun and adventurous. No one bothers to do it. Bothers me. So that's why I was thinking, like, okay, even if I'm not in the educational space, it would be fun if I did, like, you know, like I said before, Stargazer science book, and it just had, like, a little illustration of, like, a sciencey Stargazer with glasses or something. And it was just, like, school supplies that you could buy. But it only works if someone understands the actual character, which usually, like I said, comes in the form of a game or a movie or a TV show. Good things get canceled, slot makes it to the shelf. It's because no one wants to try anything. They don't want to experiment. They're too afraid of trying things that haven't been like proven to work. Same happens with movies. Makes me sad. The curse of IP. There's so many things where it's like I want to just like show this to people so that they would like a cool creature, but they will never know about it if it is not a giant movie or game or whatever already. Your sister was obsessed with Webkins. It was a great idea. It made a lot of sense, like having a safe MMO style thing that people could join that were attached to physical stuffed animals, right? It was a brilliant idea. And it was at the perfect price point for kids' birthday gifts. Perfect price point for birthday gift. I think they were like, I want to say $10 US. Very affordable. Something that a kid could save up to buy. You also kind of have to fight the dinosaurs with the heads of the corpo. Not everyone has the energy for that. True, yeah. That's why I think, like, that's why I think that the way to go for most indie creatives is just to, like, try to just do their own thing in a small section. And that's why, like, you know, as much as most people really hate Labubu, I'm actually really happy for the guy who invented Labubu, because he really just set out to make a bunch of creatures in, like, in an art doll form, right? He was just yet another art doll artist. And then Celebrity just wore them one time and he got extremely successful out of nowhere. So it's like, I'm really happy for the guy because he kind of just did what all us indie freelancers do, just trying to create like a few little creatures and try to sell it. And then Pop Mart picked it up, took a chance on it when other people didn't. And then people fell in love with them. So for as annoying as people think that the actual creature is, I'm really happy for the designer. I think the only part that's bad about it is because, you know, it got super mainstream, but it was really just like, it's a bunch of creatures based on folktales. It's actually very down to earth when you don't think about what happened with the celebrity craze and the bidding and all that stuff. The actual idea was no different than any, like, indie person making dolls in their sketchbook, you know? So I'm happy for the guy. He's actually not even that popular. Most people don't even know him. Most people don't even know who invented Labubu. His social media is actually only like 50k. I think I've talked about that on stream. I think I've already talked about this on stream, but I'm happy for the guy. Always takes a pioneer to show the way before the scaredy cats come out of hiding. Thing is, you never remember the failed pioneers. True, yeah. Very true. Let's go raid his social media. Man, I hope he's doing okay, like, you know, from a mental stress standpoint. Hope he's doing alright. A lot more people know art than the artist. That's universally true. Very, very true, yeah. That's why it's nice to be a VTuber, right? To be your own, especially if you're your own, model mama and everything. You can be known as yourself and as your art. It's great. It's like, you know, self-insert, essentially. Vesa, I did not simplify successfully. I've just been sort of chatting and casually refining. No crap, Mail. Oh well. Bro built a whole ecosystem. Hey, you can't say that I wouldn't take care of them then. If I even know how to in illustration, that I'm showing in my art illusion that I care about your fish. That's gotta mean something, right? I'm showing fish care. Demonstrating fish care. Add a filter so they can stay oxygenated. I don't know how to draw a filter. Then learn how to. Dang, okay. They don't need a filter. Stars bless the tank with magic. All good. This is a gift from the south of Illusionari anyway. It's all good. This one needs a little bit of help. There we go. Listen to the background thinking when's Starlight gonna start her villain arc? What? Which song was that? That didn't even sound like a villain song, what? What? If you tune in at about a year to the... That was one from the future events in AK. Alright. I'm interested to eventually hear where all of these come from. Especially the Firelight one. That's the one that I'm really looking forward to at some point. Eventually. My favorite parts of a Starlight stream, watching Starlight's reactions to certain comments. Which comments? Which ones are you thinking? The explosions? The rioting? Yeah, this has all been AK. I'm sorry if any of it's been repetitive. I have yet to download the correct playlist. I need to do that. It's good. I love music in general. The reason why I keep the Arknights music up, even on the side channel, even if it's not Arknights related, is because it's copyright free. I can play it in background and not worry about like ruining my channel. So it's been very useful in that way. I'm very grateful. Thank you, Monster Siren. I think I've told you guys before, like, before we unlocked YouTube Partner on the main channel, it said I wasn't allowed to because I had too many copyright violations because I was listening to, like, copyright-free music in the background that was being claimed by other people. And it took, like, about a month to fix everything. I think you guys remember that. So, Arknight's music is, like, always safe. And I never have to worry about it causing problems. Unless some stupid person tries to claim it, even though it's not theirs. I have had that happen, but it's much, much, much less common. Best to avoid the DMCA heavy stuff like Godzilla music. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you can't listen to anything from, like, movies or TV shows, so... And honestly, a lot of games aren't safe either. Arknights is very unique in this way. I'm very grateful. If I claim all the music played in the Starlight streams, that basically means Illusionari will be mine. Yeah, and then I'll just counterclaim you. Did you find the time to watch the DMCA unsafe 3D animation for De Solis? I did not, but I was thinking about it right before going live today. I was like, jeez, I need to watch the Arknight stuff. Thank you for reminding me. I will probably try to do it tonight. That didn't make much of a difference. Okay. Let's see, if we do this in a pretty quick way, I would say. It's the easiest way to do this, actually. Let's try this. It would help if I picked the right color. There we go. Actually, wait. Probably should have it be a weird color just so I can see it. Make sure I don't make a mistake here. Like that. Like that right there. Make sure these are all colored. So we can actually see what we're doing. There we go. Much easier way to work. I feel like I still have not extended this enough to be an icon. Let me just grab that real quick. That's gonna be annoying when you have to try to, like, make it into a circle. There. That should be a little bit better. Matching smug energy. I probably should have just made this in a circle form to begin with, honestly. Probably would have made everything easier, but... If we need to make that larger, we can. Oh, come on. Why are you... Behave. Alright. Make that easier to see here. Let's go around. Yeah. I don't know how people are able to do so much with the selection tool. I've never been good with it. Feels like it always fights me. So I always have to sort of go back and refine it a little. Asking Vesa to behave? No, I was asking my pen to behave. Alright, Weston Fox, thank you for tuning in. I appreciate it. I hope you have a good rest of your day. Thank you for stopping in. All the best. Alright. Around the edges here, so we got all the color. That will work well enough. Much easier. Some of them I can do that with, others I can't. It all depends. Let's see if it'll work for this. Good enough? Alright, and then we'll just make the actual tank a whole different color. Hey, that's pretty accurate for freehanding, don't you think? That's pretty accurate for freehanding. We'll just shift it around a little. There we go. Let me see. There's that. All right. And then we can go through all these, grab this, make the whole thing white. Boom. And then we can clip all the, see, this is why we have to be careful with the color. Color leak. Think everything else is okay? Probably. All right. We'll just grab the base here real quick. Flashbang by Vesa Kaser. Sorry. This is gonna be a little tricky. Kinda hard to see what I'm doing. There we go. And then this part here. Ah! I do not understand the selection thing. I just don't have good control of the selection tool. There we go. It's fine, I'm starting to see stars again. Oh dear. Oh boy. The pun. The pun, my gosh. Stars, several. Can only see one. Alright. We're cleaning all these up. It is really nice that Vesa just has like a very easy to understand, simple color palette. Not too much intensity, unlike myself. I'm the biggest problem when it comes to color. Hey, it just occurred to me that every time I finish a side story, I can always add that to the playlist, right? Once I've gone through a side story. It just occurred to me that I could add the beachy stuff. And add the beachy stuff in. I don't know why that just occurred to me, but it did. Alright, this needs to be... Just realized this also needs to be removed, because there's sand here. Or I don't know what you would call it in a fish tank. That probably works. Alright, Vesa, no worries. I might... Let's see what time it is. I'm gonna see how far I can get, but... Yeah, we'll see. You could also have them in there in advance, except for, like, boss themes. Yeah, that's true. I mean, I think that's probably what these are too, aren't they? Summer vibes in the middle of winter. What was I doing? This color, okay. Losing track. There we go. Where is the... There we go. That is accurate. Okay, yes. I'll go around here. There we go. Oh, because it's not reduced yet. Okay, there we go. We need to reduce it a little bit so that we can actually see it. There we go. I think there's something fun about discovering the tracks in context, though, without expectations on their event based on how they sound. Yeah, I mean, I don't think I want to, I don't think I want to spoil all of them for myself just in here, you know? Just being like, oh, it's the thing that I've heard. Obviously, Firelight Cast was different because I was told that very early on, like, oh, you would really like the sound of this one. But yeah, for the most part, I think I do sort of like discovering them within the event themselves. Oh, shoot. What did I do here? Do I like classical music? I think so, yeah. I really like classical mixed with, like, more modern techniques. But I also like basic classical, too. I wouldn't say that I'm, like, I don't know. I wouldn't say that I'm, like, a classical music fan, in the sense that I, like, go out of my way to seek out, like, older work. But there are some pieces that I do really like. I don't know if that makes sense. I love when people take classical music inspiration. It was funny. I think I was listening to, what was it? Was it Moonlight Sonata? I think it was Moonlight Sonata. I was listening to Moonlight Sonata the other day. And I was like, why do I feel like I'm hearing Zelda? And then I looked it up a little bit. And then there's apparently a ton of people who was hearing, like, the Great Fairy Fountain theme in it. And then people have, like, made, mashups with the Great Fairy theme and Moonlight Sonata, and then everyone's like, oh god, thank goodness someone did this, because I couldn't stop thinking about it. Used to fall asleep to classical music, we have a dedicated radio station for it. That's cool. I would say I probably do, but I'm probably picky about it. That's probably a fair assessment. I'm probably pretty picky about it. Okay. This also needs, now we need to add the gemstone. So let me make this in magenta, bright magenta, so that we can see it. As long as I'm doing that, I might as well. No, I'll keep it separate from the eyes, just in case I have to go outside of the way. Outside of the way. Out of the way. Jeez, words. Had classical music playing during a drive back in a snowstorm. It was kind of magical, not gonna lie. I can see that. I can sort of see that giving a vibe. Not sure if anyone was, like, awake when I posted it, but I was, like, the other day I posted, some music from a furry artist I used to listen to a lot. And, like, that sounds strange to be like, what do you mean a furry artist? And it's like a musician that happens to be a furry, a composer. And he did a lot of really, really amazing stuff, and he was very classically inspired. And he did work for this one, like, fan-made furry movie. He also did stuff for, like, puppet shows, which was interesting. And he eventually had one of his albums that he did recomposed at Abbey Road Studio, which I thought was really, really cool. I miss listening to his stuff. I haven't seen him in a long time, but he's very, very classically inspired too. He's a pianist. I haven't heard his song and his work in so long though. Posted it in general chat? No, I posted it in images and media. This was a few days ago. I think it was a little too late in the evening though. Probably should have done it in the morning. Yeah, he does a lot of classically inspired, and he does a lot of like epic soundtrack type stuff. I haven't heard his stuff in so long though. Time to Discord scrounge. It was called... What's it called? The one that I posted was called Skies of a Star. Because it was done for a puppet show, believe it or not. Very strange. Really well done puppet show. And the puppet show I've never seen in person. It was always done at the European Furry Convention. It was always done at what's it called? Eurofurence. And they had these really, really high-end puppet shows. And I know that sounds silly, but it's like, it had like a full, intense story, like, action-adventure storylines and everything. Never seen it in person, though. It's just been uploaded to YouTube. Oh, alright, Daho. Have a good night. Sleep well. When you say furry artist music, first thing that comes to my mind is Kamash Corp. Not that you'd ever post any of his stuff on your server. I feel like that sounds familiar for some reason. Doesn't sound like something I've ever heard, though. Based on what you're saying, it sounds like something where I'm, like, probably, like, tangentially aware of. And I'm like, oh, that's a thing. I think I might know what you're talking about, actually. No, this was the stuff that this guy does, the one that I'm talking about. He's just very, very classically trained, very beautiful work. Like, the kind of stuff that people say, like, makes them teary. Just really, really nice work. Maybe after stream I'll post some more of his stuff. The frustrating thing is, I really love his older work. And I think he did a lot of work where he was doing, whatchamacallit, collaboration with another person. And I don't really like most of the stuff that they collaborated on, because it was a lot more, like, silly, furry fandom-esque focused. And what I really liked was the crazy fantasy stuff. BRB gonna listen to it? I'm curious what you think. Let's, oh shoot. Your paws are black, dang it. That's gonna make it hard to see against the fur here, but maybe if I leave it open enough, maybe I have to do like a white outline around it or something. I wasn't paying attention to how the different colors were interacting with each other. That's the downside of like a full black and white design, is that a lot of times things can get lost if they are overlapping at all. Which is fine on for like a VTuber, where you have like a skin tone in between, but when you just have like charcoal and platinum, it kind of makes it hard to discern sometimes. I would say you did an awesome job with Vesa's Stargazer design. Thank you, I appreciate that. Oh, I just realized the paws behind the tank are gonna be in black too. And I don't think we ever decided on a paw color. Like a paw pad color. I don't think I really want to mix the colors, so it'll probably be white. Probably have white paw pads. I don't think I want to do, like, pink or green. I think that would just make things a little too confusing. Does Lucinari have cities? More like towns. Maybe large towns, but not really towns. Lucinari itself is what you would probably consider, more medieval visually. It's not modern, it doesn't have, like, Earth technology. I think this is the best way to describe it. It's very much like your D&D medieval type of feeling. What do they call it? Swords and sorcery. Swords and sorcery. I guess there's one, like, I think where the dragons live is probably the closest example of a city. Because it's pretty large. Had a feeling, but wanted to make sure. Sorry for the questions. Yeah, no worries, no worries. I'd rather you ask questions. I would rather you ask questions, so don't worry about it. I'm trying to see if I can separate all of the colors here. as best I can. Alright. Make that fade a little nicer. It's kind of hard when you have, like, paws that are against each other like that. You don't want it to, you don't want them to overlap too much, so you kind of have to make little fur tufts so that they don't sort of look like they're stuck together. If they're like at the same height, you know? If their markings at the same height, it can be a little tricky. So you sort of have to make one a little higher than the other almost, just to sort of visually separate it a little. You have to be kind of subtle with it. Sometimes actually just erasing the edge and softening it is a better option. Not always. Doesn't always work. Oh, and of course you can't have it stuck on the eraser. That's not gonna work either. Come on. It's not behaving. We'll try to do it the other way then, maybe. Yeah, that's fine. As long as you get the general idea. And the vessel has, like, these, little heel socks, kind of. We did that because, his human design has, black fingerless gloves. Or no, yeah, black fingerless gloves, and we thought this was sort of, like, the best way to represent it. Lillian, hello, welcome in, how's everything going? Hello. And welcome back, Vesa. We got more color on you, look. Well, absence of color, technically, but we got more shade on you. Got more shading. Did you guys come back at the exact same time? Or did you arrive at the exact same time, I should say? Wow, it's almost like she could feel your presence. I'm back. So that was just from a furry convention with shoestring budget? Damn, that was really well done. Music reminded me of old school adventure movies. Less bombastic, though. Yeah. That, like, the furry stuff? That type of music for the little, show, it's basically just all passionate volunteers and artists who just want to make cool stuff. Like, there's no big studio or funding or anything. It's all very, very indie. Vesa, I was telling them about the furry puppetry movie music thing. But yeah, I love so much of his work. He does really, really peaceful stuff. I wish there was a solo upload in the entire soundtrack. I think there is, actually. Well, maybe not on YouTube, but, you know, one of those, like, SoundCloud or Bandcamp things. I'll post more of the individual songs that I like from him, after stream. Because there's a few that I think are just really, really stand out. Gearing up for another night shift? Oh dear. I hope it goes alright. Alright. Vesa's presence called me up from the burrows. Oh, goodness. Vesa, do you, one question that I did have for you when you came back. Do you have a paw color in mind? I just realized your paws here are sticking out. Do you have a paw color in mind? It's fine if you don't. I just realized that I made your paws visible, and I was like, oh, wait a minute. I kind of drew myself into a corner. By accident. Like the pads? Yeah, like the pads. If it was up to me, I would probably do alternating pads between the top and bottom feet. I probably would not do them in green or magenta. I'd probably keep it black and white. Or we could kind of do it all green, because then that would sort of allude to your belt. I like the idea of keeping them black or white. So I'm thinking, like, black when the paws are white and white when the paws are black. Would that make sense? So, like, these would be black. And then, with the fish tank, they'd be white. Would that be too confusing? Too matchy-matchy? Play with it and see what you think. I'm confused. Why are they alternating? The colors are symmetrical except for the eyes and the gem. Well, because, your paw pads are both black and white. Yeah, I mean the front and the back. I mean, I can do one or the other. I can make them all white or all black. But yeah, I was just referring to front and back. Unless you want to change the feet. I think the reason that we changed the feet, like, your feet are not all black on the bottom. They're sort of like a sock. And I think we were trying to do that for the fingerless aesthetic. But it's up to you how you want to do it. And I'm sorry for putting you on the spot here, too. Make that a little higher. Maybe we'll do it like that. Probably be easiest. Oh, I think it was like that. I just was sloppy in the sketch. Why is the chat on stream so far behind? It always is. I don't know why. I haven't been able to figure out why it is. It just is, though. I have not figured out why it is compared to the other one, which seems fine. The other, channel. I don't know why it's so slow. Because I have it on the same latency level, too. I really don't know why. But yeah, anyway. There's a tiny problem, you'll send a DM to visually show. Okay. In the meantime, I am going to work on the eyes. These I'm gonna need to erase, because otherwise I'm gonna get confused. Oh. Okay. Yes, I know they're the same. I'm gonna alternate them in just a sec. Oh, okay. Okay, Stockler, have a good rest of your night. Thank you very much for tuning in. I appreciate it. Have a good rest of your night. Sleep well. No, you are all good. All good, Vesa. All good. You feel it's important for the boom bop bam? Okay. It has a little bit of a different effect, on bunny feet. But that's okay. Like this? Are your paws okay in all black? Yeah, all good, all good. Alright, let's alternate this, because this is probably making you uncomfortable. There we go, much better. And then what we'll do here is we will, back here, make this a little bit darker. Oh, this has to remain stationary, right? Wait, do I have the right actual color? I think because I just approximated. I don't think I have the actual correct color here. Hang on. Make that a little bit brighter so we can actually see it. But maybe it needs to be, oh, it's a little more purple, isn't it? There we go. Where's your icon? Yep, that's it. And is your, hang on, trying to. It's a little less lime. Actually, wait, I thought it was lime. Front palms are gloves, back are toeless legwear. Still fits well. Okay. Why did... Oh, maybe it... No, wait. There we go. Hydration check. Fish aren't the only ones needing latte. Thank you, Sam Zero. I appreciate it. Things are mostly symmetrical, but there's a bit of a slight intentional throw-off too. Got it. Are the eye colors okay here? I'm gonna make these, like, more detailed. And the Fumo one is standard, but... Not super picky about the colors, as long as left is green and right is purple pinkish. Okay. You threw me off, but then I meant you're right. I realized you meant you're right. Yeah, I know. I'm trying to, I know. I do it, I go longer with art streams because I'm not constantly talking. I'm not trying to put on, like, a million voices. So I usually tend to go longer with art. But I do think that I should start, like, wrapping up a little. Two 4.5 hour stream back to back. Are you okay? Well, it wasn't entirely back to back because I had Sunday off without streaming. It wasn't entirely back to. I should be careful because I do have to stream tomorrow. And tomorrow's operator records, which is a lot of talking. We were like... I forget if we did this half and half or not. I think we were... It's kind of... The watermelon tourmaline is tricky. It's kind of doing its own thing a little. I guess half and half just works the best. Funny how the least complex Stargazer took the longest. The duality of art. I don't know why. I don't know why. I don't know why it happens this way. It just somehow does. I don't know. Oh yeah, Vesa, is it okay to make the front paw pads white? Like where the paw is on the glass here? Or do you want it to all be black? Because I can make the whole thing. I can keep it black if you want. I can have black paws. Instead of charcoal, they could be like darker. So they stand out a little bit more. Alright. Yeah. So what if I made it darker? That might work. And here I can make them darker too. Maybe let's make it like just a little bit, just to show a little difference. There we go. Honestly, I don't even have to. I could probably just leave it. might be a little hard. No, it's good. It's fine. What I'll probably do is I'll just grab this, make it a little lighter, and then I'll make a little bit of a gradient on the toes. That works. Fire Nice, hello, hello. Yeah, no worries, no worries. I am sort of trying to, like, realize that I am going longer. So I should, like, start trying to wrap up. But hello. We're happy to see you. Also, I know for some stargazers, it's very, very late where they are right now, so... Oh, actually, you know what? Since it's not actually your highlight like it is mine, I'm probably gonna make that like a yellow, because I think that would be... That's not your actual eyes like they are mine. I'm doing too much? No, I'm adding the highlights. I'm adding the highlights. I'm finishing up here. She's in the zone. I am in the zone, it's alright. All good. Feel like I ripped you off? No, it's all good. I think I'm more, like, I'm not nervous about the time, I'm more nervous about the fact that people need to go to bed. Is this what we call an endurance stream? I could never do a real endurance stream, I will be honest with you. I've thought about that in the past, and I'm like, I don't think I would ever actually be able to physically do an endurance.
The prismatic fox for 10. Tip for overdoing it. Thank you, Artist Chan.
Thank you very much. What? Why? You didn't need to do that. Thank you, though. I appreciate it. Thank you. Remember, we also have stargazers in C that are just waking up now as well, late for some, early for others. I wish I could hit every, I wish I could hit every time zone. I wish I could serve every time zone. It'd be great if I could, if I had the ability to do that. Don't worry, when I win the lottery, you'll get more. Vesa, if you ever win the lottery, I hope you never tell any of us. Like, I'm dead serious about that. I will be very happy for you, but do not tell any of us. Why not? Because it's always a bad idea. You never tell anyone if you win the lottery. Fine, I'll just tell you in Kaku. We'll find out from him posting pics of his new 500-gallon tank. Yeah, I mean, like, it'll be one of those things where it's like, you know, I won't tell anyone, but there will be signs. Like, that will be understandable. But, like, don't ever directly tell anybody. Suddenly you will have a long-lost cousin from a far-flung place. The signs will be glaring neon cyberpunk city lights. Alright, where'd my glow go? There's my glow. Oh, in terms of this being, like, one of the longest taking Stargazer designs, the other element to it is that I'm not doing any part of it off-stream. Every single one that I've done on stream before, I've added more time off-stream. So that's the difference. All right. I'm just gonna quickly rough fill in some fish. It would help if I put the fish on the right layer. I'm gonna make this all in one go. What? There we go. Sorry, Star, if I win, you're getting some of it. You don't tell your parents and very few close friends. Have to tell them because you'll bless them with monies. You could just say, like, I just felt like doing this for no good reason. Now, then we'd probably wonder if you were okay. I don't know. I just think it's scary. Alright, what else? What other colors do fish be? I just want to add, like, I'm adding just a little bit of variation. Just make them look more interesting. So they don't all look like they're, so they don't all look orange. There we go. Let's see it a little bit easier. And then, ooh, what if will this work? Let me see if this works. I don't know if this works. Let's see if this works. I don't want it like glowy, I just want it like a little bit. Little variations. Little subtle variations look nice. Yeah. Alright, fish care books. You do? Yeah, what's your silly favor? What's a silly favor with the books? Collector's edition of Dune has bright blue pages on the end of them. So the middle book, you make the pages bright blue. Sure. Is it, what kind of blue is it? Is it like a little more cerulean? Like this? In Before Dune? Dang, I guessed that. I absolutely guessed. Alright, are you heading out, Johnny Virgil? Have a good rest of your night. Thank you for stopping by, I appreciate it. Alright, Lillian, have a good rest of your night. You made them all do and you don't need to do that? Are you sure? I mean, you showed me 3. You have 3 here. I can, it's up to you. You showed me 3. I thought it'd be funny. Just the middle one? Alright. Everyone's just wondering, why is this one blue? Alright, there we go. Where's your main color? Alright. There we go. Last step to all of it. It's an Easter egg. Sounds good. Last step for everything. This one's really simple. This is like, this type of shading is like really, really fast, but it automatically makes the piece just feel more finished. Like, fully automatically. Very, very easy. See, I know you were saying that I'm adding too much detail, but this is really, really quick. This is really, really easy to add. And then I think for this, I'm actually gonna simplify it. Wrong layer. Come on, where's my shading layer? Come on, there we go. Stop it. Alright, fine, we'll just do it that way. We'll just soften it on the edges. Anywhere needed. See, look, very, very simple, but just makes it feel more finished. Very simple. Very, very quick. Just add it to the... Change the black color, and you're good to go. There you go. Make the fish on the book yellow? Yeah, it was kind of like a tan. I think yellow would look better. I think you're right. Alrighty. Where did I just... There they are. Alright, I just have to get rid of it on here and keep it over there. Did you want the shading on the Fumo piece? I wasn't sure if that's supposed to stay simple. Like the icon as is? Alrighty. think the only other thing I'm gonna do is just, fix the eyes a little. And then I think we're good. And I don't know which layer it's on, so I'm just gonna select all of them. Better. Subtle, but better. Alright. Yeah, they were slightly too far apart, so I just sort of pushed them together. I had to derp. Not bad, not bad. Just, you know, just a little tweak. It's not bad. There we go. All right. I think we are all good here. I think we got all the Vesa. I just realized that the other 3 were supposed to be sketches. I forgot that they were supposed to be sketches. It's okay. It's all good. I think they work. I think they work well. I think they work well. I'm gonna send these off. Should the green eye with the book move in a bit too? They can, yeah. I can do that. Let me do that real quick. I don't know which layer it's on, so hang on. One sec. That one and this one. Not the gray. And I don't know which layer it is, so it's one of these. Yeah, better. And I'll tilt it just a little bit more. Yeah, better. And probably move this one in a little bit too. Which I don't have the liner for. Okay. It's one of these. Key art. There we go. All right. Lord be like his eyes drifted slightly apart trying to watch too many fish at once. Oh my god. Vesa.
Cyanzero just supported the Prismatic Fox for 15 overtime bonus.
You don't have to do that, guys. Goodness, thank you though. Thank you, Simon Zero. That's very kind of you. My gosh, you guys, you don't have to do that. I appreciate it though. It's very nice of you guys. Oh my gosh. Thank you, Simon Zero. That's very sweet of you. Alright. I think we'll call it there. I think we'll call it there. Read what I said out loud. When the art is so good that someone not even the client tips you. The VOD watchers must know. Lorby, like, his eyes drifted slightly apart trying to watch too many fish at once. My gosh. Yeah, there you go. That's very kind of you, though. Thank you. Alright. I am going to send this off. We are throwing this into a sheet. Vesa will get to finalize the sheet. Actually, wait, I'll do what I normally do. I'll send you the PNGs and you can arrange it to your heart's content. Yes. Yes. I'm so sorry. It's so late for some of you guys. Alright, have a great rest of your night. I will see you tomorrow. We will do operator records tomorrow. I wish you all the best. Sleep well, Stargazers. Thank you very much for tuning in and staying around and watching this whole process. I appreciate you all very, very much. And now you may please go to bed and get good sleep. Thank you. And all the best. Alright.